morning, everybody. Cliff here at Curry Custom Cutlery. Today is we're going to do a little remodel on the shop. A lot of guys probably aren't here yet. Maybe I'll make a notification and share that to people now. We're going to re-clean up this area of the shop. I got some new things to unbox and set up. I thought I would let you guys come along for the ride. All right, there's the laptop so I can actually see chat. Hey chat, what's up? There we go. All right, so first part of the deal, I'm just going to move some stuff around a little bit, get cleaned up. I got a new table to bring in. Probably won't be the most exciting, but I'll check the chat, and it's a good chance for everyone to catch up and talk and say, how you doing? So the new microphone didn't show up yet, so that's why we're just going to stream from the camera. And I've got non-copyright music playing in the background, so I can actually have some sort of tunes, which music's a pretty big part of my day. I don't know about you guys. Hey man, Father's Day was amazing. I'm pretty well hooked up, and then my wife surprised me with a new sort of shop shelf system, and so I was actually running off of 2 5-gallon buckets and an old door at my home shop, and just trying to keep the cost down. So she hooked me up. We saw, I like to wait for the deals, and there was this killer deal came up on Facebook Marketplace for the, oh my God, like the 9-piece shelf system. The integrated cabinets and the overheads and the workbench, and you modular and you build it. So I spent all day yesterday kind of building it. That was a lot of fun. Give me just a second to get cleaned up, and then we'll get the shelving going here. The new table. So I'm going to redo the work area, put a new table in back here, put a little table in right up here up in front, and then I've got some actual equipment from Vivore that they sent me. So I'm going to do a product review, and I'll probably make that like an official video, not a live stream. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, we're trying to do everybody to email, because text messages, Facebook messages, all the different messages, we're getting a little out of hand. But email, I still try to respond to the emails for sure. And it makes it easier if there's a question or something's wrong. Okay, that's where the camera's at, the other camera, but right now let's get rid of that. We're gonna put that, this thing makes a great spark shield and a dust collector. Now tomorrow I should have the microphone, the new microphone, and then I'll clip that on and we'll have hopefully the best audio. Just a little baby buck tool sitting there, getting dusty. I got a whole closet full. I'll just keep checking in with the chat. No, the home shop is just for the home, and then you know, I'll be able to do my home projects there. But this whole area is getting upgraded. The dust exhaust should come in next. We should have the exhaust system coming in. I've got it. I just got to drill a hole in the wall. And then starting to do the videos again has actually motivated me to try to get the area cleaned up, and like we're doing right now. This here is the first serration station, DC motor, controllers in the back, and then the on-off switch is right here so that you can mount your wheel. I'm just going to put all the toys back here. I have too many older machines since I moved out of the sharpening van. What I think we'll do is we'll do a garage sale. I've just got to figure out how to make that work. I always thought a garage sale would be kind of cool, like a virtual online, and I bring out the products. Here's the next sander. All right. This is the heart of the shop vac system for the dust extraction. So I realized in the last few months I've done a lot of videos on techniques, sharpening different things, but we're switching gears and we're moving more back into hardware. I'm going to do product reviews, upgrades, demonstrations on how to put things together. There we go. Go. Perfect. Oh, I see. This is actually a KFMK Knife Master. It may be a piece of junk, but we'll find out together. This is a 10-inch wet wheel. So there's another. I was actually thinking of setting it up as a dedicated either a planer blade. Planer blades are tricky. If you guys don't know, planer blades, you have to get them dead straight. And it's hard. I'm getting there. Just got to keep cleaning up here for a minute. Flat hone station back here and the clipper blade station. And then I tend to hide the whetstones behind the clipper blades. This is already looking better. Holy cow. Nice. Yeah, I sharpen Baz. Baz is a super cool guy. And I try not to over advertise and under deliver, meaning it's better not to say something and then to do more than what people expect. I learned that a long time ago. And I don't do it perfect, of course. Nobody does anything. But he's the guy. His outgoing nature and his sincere generosity and his character, he's one of the guys I really would like to sit down and we should have like a cup of coffee sort of vlog Zoom interview together. I think we could hang out together and have a lot of fun. And he's messaged me. We've had a lot of private conversations, especially since he's going over into belts. And I mentioned I do have the wet sander, the wet, words are hard sometimes, the 10-inch wet wheel Tormac knockoff. And I thought, what a great opportunity for him to kind of coach me, and I can coach him if he needs it or wants it. I think that's the direction we're going. I may get my speaker system kicked back on. Over at the other place, I had the really kicking sound system. It was a larger space. There's those dust masks I've been looking for. Yamaha PA speakers. Okay, we're getting there. We are getting there. This is two Kotoku twin heads that I've bolted together. About $5,000 worth of equipment right there. So that's the forehead. I think it's the world's only forehead, full size. There is a the Rapid Edge is what I'm trying to think of. And the Rapid Edge, that thing's used. They sell them for $10,000. It's crazy. And the funny thing is when you look at it, it looks like 5 heads, you know, like a big machine, Actually, it's about that big. And the discs are only about that big. These little tiny discs. So it's cute. All right, here comes the clipper blade machine. I was out. I wasn't doing clipper blades anymore. You guys have probably heard me mention this before as well, or if not, but I do not enjoy doing clipper blades. The time, the energy. They're tedious. Oops. And I spent 20 or 30 years taking things apart and putting them back together. And so the idea of doing it for another 20 years doesn't really excite me. I can do it, but then my wife said, well, just get the equipment and I'll take care of it. AC went down again. AC went down again. It'll kick back on, but it'll only run for a little bit. Just a few more days, I should have the dust extraction system set up, and I'm really looking forward to it. Again, when I had it set up over at the other shop, 90% of the surface dust went away. And that's the stuff floating around. You can try to use magnets. Magnets will make you feel like you're getting dust, but there's micro dust that just goes everywhere. Part of what makes this little system work the way it does is there's the air conditioner and everything at the front pushing cold air to the back, and then it all gets kind of trapped in this area. Don't you fall on me. Cords and cables. All my life, cords and cables, man. All right. Look at them. More cords, more cables. Made it. Getting there. Yeah, so setting up here, gonna do live streaming Tuesdays and Thursdays. The new microphone should be here tomorrow. I'll do a little sharpening today, I hope. That looks better. Looks better and better. This down here is a really cool thing. It's a this is a great option for people actually. This is or was a backpack vacuum. You strap it on your back, and it's got a built-in HEPA filter, and it's quiet because it's designed to be so close to your ears. They really tone down the vacuum noise. And it's got the HEPA. So when I was in the tiny little work van, this was my preferred vacuum of choice. But you gotta have dust extraction. People think I'm not big on that, but I had the baddest ass dust extractor around at my other shop. That I'm still not bitter about. I had to move. Nope, not me. Yeah, I hear it. Yep, gotta turn you off. Nope. You guys are amazing. Thanks for hanging in there for me while I get things set up. Crap, how do I do this? There we go. Lost you guys for a minute there. All right. First, it's actually a bigger table, which is cool. Air conditioner died again. I'm just going to keep rebooting it. There's nothing worse than trying to work. I don't know how you guys down south and other places work when it's so hot. It's ridiculous. There we go. I know I live here in Hawaii, but I don't like the heat. What am I doing here? You get used to it. I live up country where it's not as hot. You guys hear a little background vibe going? Little one? Hope so. It's about a 20-year-old system, and it's either the motor or the sensors. The controller itself the first company, they came out to look at the AC. It's a commercial grade Mitsubishi split AC, but it's about 20 years old. And they said, well, you just need to buy a new machine. I said, well, it works half the time. I mean, you know, so I know mechanically it works, electronically it works, but it just shuts off. And I asked him, well, did you check the level of the refrigerant? Well, no, we didn't get that far. So they didn't even check it or fill it or replace it to see if that would fix. They just wanted to sell me a new system, obviously. And then I found the old wizard repairman up in the mountains. semi-retired, and he's been working on them for 40 years. He went to Mitsubishi training, and he came out here and he dialed the thing in, and it ran for 8 months, purred like a kitten. What I found is that it was over actually at the control panel. You're right, and it was a loose wire over at the control panel. And when you shimmed it just right, jimmied it up, it ran great. But as always, you know, there's symptoms and then there's clues to deeper problems. One of the problems is if you read the error code says motherboard. What it really means is that the sensor going to the motherboard isn't getting the right information. How's that looking? Looking a little better already. So I got a call in to the Wizard. Right now it's kicked on, it's stayed on, and it's pushing cold air. So I'll just keep on kicking it, and eventually it'll quit fighting. The phone, however, is constant. You guys, I'm sorry you got to hear that in the background if you do. That's actually spam callers, which is why I don't answer my phone anymore. Alright, I'm gonna have to just turn off my phone. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm not the camera, but. Roman, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Dude, it helps so much. You know, we're trying to do a bunch of cool stuff here. And I really appreciate that. Okay. So I'm putting my phone in completely off mode, and that should do it. All right, how we looking here? We actually got what looks like a little bit of a shop going. I like it. One of the things I kind of talk about, so I battle, what do you want to call it? Clutter. Clutter is so my life, for better or worse, really is like a mullet. I try to keep it clean and businesslike in the front, but the back is just a hot mess. And if you don't have a good work area that's got a clean workflow, yeah, there's no reason why you can't. I would compare the difference. Oops, sorry, Gus. Didn't mean to bump you. Literally, the difference is between a home cook and a commercial kitchen. If you've ever been in a commercial kitchen, they don't got. When my wife cooks, and she cooks so well, there's pots and pans and dishes and plates and things and cheese graters and it's everywhere. You go in a commercial kitchen, they do a job, they clean it up, the surface is prepped, it's clean, it's ready for the next activity. And that's the difference between a clean shop and a messy shop, is you can't run a professional business in a cluttered up shop that looks like it's just your home thing. If you got a bunch of stuff laying out that you're not using, get it out of there. Move it off to the side. You got 1, 2, 3 workstations. You got enough room to clean up your items. So I start down at the end. I know I can go up to wheels, I can go down to belts. Either way, I'm going like this. And then I get to the cleaning, and then I go boom, and it goes right back on the shelf. And the shelf right there. Pick up. And so it's that simple, it's that straightforward. And so that's a basic workflow. When you have a good workflow, then your work is less likely, you're less likely to make mistakes, you're way less likely to have accidents, you're not having to, if you have to adjust your quality of life as a worker in a workspace, because, and I get it, if you got no room, if you're like working out of a little trailer or something like that, but I worked out of a tiny little van. And if you watch the farmers markets videos on Saturday mornings, the very first thing I would do in the morning, when I had the camera on anyways, was, well, without the camera, I'd say good morning to everybody, and I'd start cleaning up my shop. And so what you're seeing me do right now is clean up my shop. And clutter, it just shows up, man. It just comes from nowhere. I don't know where it comes from. I think it's things I was planning to do that I'll never do. I was going to call those customers and ask for reviews. Do I need to? No. I've been looking at this tape here. So it's like time management, I guess, is what I'm complaining about. And I'm complaining about my own time management. I am not the guru on the mountain, you guys. I am just a guy that's been fixing things a lot of my life. A guy that loves to do sharpening. I do have a background in engineering. I've also worked in restaurants, and I've also been a wood carver. I've done a lot of different stuff. But everything I'm trying to do is coming from the heart, where I'm sharing to the best I can how to help people. Even with the products didn't start out as a way to, as a business. It was because I was trying to get the belt sharpeners going. Nobody else had a slow speed belt sharpener at that time. And then it's just been one step after another, and the whole idea, though, has been to move. When I was first learning how to sharpen, there was some really helpful guys. And there's some forums out there. It seems like there's 2 types of forums, either if it's knives, knife collecting, and sharpening. There's a bunch of Guidos, and there's a bunch of cool dudes. And, I think I ended up over at one of the first sharpening forums I ended up on. I'm not talking about professional sharpening forums. I'm talking about wherever I ended up. And I mentioned a question, and they all started laughing, like, you don't know what a burr is, or this or that. And you don't know the difference between edge leading and edge trailing. And there was no need for that. One by 30 belts are all mostly stocked, except for we got a massive shipment coming. I mean massive. We have 5,000 abrasive belts, all in the primary sizes coming, and we should have it here in the next 2 weeks before the 4th of July sale. We do have most everything. We're just missing A30s, A16s, and we're running really low on Cubitron P120s, it looks like. Now we do have some gaps in the inventory, but we still got 50,000 products in the back. So, and then we're trying to get fully restocked and never run out of stock again. The Flathone brand, that originally was called a Katoku, Katoku, and it's a twin head, and they come in the red. And I bolted the two together and then painted them black. They do have a single. Now they have one that's called the Clean Machine. Jim O'Donnell has it, or Alex Lee has it. There's a lot of good machines out there. You can also find pretty good machines for second market value used, because they don't get heavy use. Flat hones are not a heavy use item, like belt grinders can kind of be sometimes. Although these little 1x30s really don't get heavy use either. Looks to me like we need a really nice light over the top here to illuminate better. Well, and Stefan, for the guy in Denmark, that's actually the best way to do it. If you're in foreign countries, Australia, Europe, trying to buy one belt, you're still going to have to buy the $20 or $30 cardboard box. And it really is kind of that. But we can fill that box up. You could get 20 or 30 or 40 belts, all for that same shipping price. And so it really is it's never going to be cost effective to ship internationally for a single item. But if you catch a sale, and now there's also a thing, if it's under 4 pounds, we've got this super discounted shipping rate. It does take an extra week or two, but instead of $50 to $80 to ship, it's like $25. And that's through Pirate. What they do is they send it to a consolidation warehouse, and then they package it up and send it out. So it's also less likely to be scrutinized, also, is my personal belief. But if it goes over 4 pounds, it immediately goes bam, and it goes up to $50 or $60 again. And it is what it is. Guys, it's been a hot minute since it was this clean looking around here. Pretty exciting. We are going to get the dust extraction. I don't know if I'll have it by Thursday. Thursday, I'm shooting for a new microphone. Another benefit to wiping down your machines, especially some of the bigger ones, the bigger motors attract dust and the metal dust, and when it gets inside, then you start getting things short out. I know a couple of people have had their machines short out, and if you wipe them down and keep them clean, there's less likelihood of that metal dust getting inside the bearings and the housings. And see if I can answer another question or something while I'm doing this. I'm almost done. There we go. Air conditioner died again. So, Stefan, that's actually why, part of the reason why I'm getting cleaned up here today is Vivore has sent me a machine. I ran one of the very first machines about 5 years ago, and then everyone kind of got on the bandwagon and got them from Tukler, straight from Alibaba or AliExpress, and then they showed up on Amazon, and now, I mean, they're all the same machine, same frame, same motor controller. But now I'm actually working with Vivore. I'm working with them directly. And so today's plan is to give them a review video. They did give me the product, but they didn't pay me to do the review. I'm going to do what I always do, which is just be me. And we already have upgraded parts for it. They didn't know that, actually, I don't think. So I'm going to do the unbox, the setup, the demonstration on how to use it. And then in part 2, I will show how to modify it, adapt it, and use it in different ways. That is actually looking pretty good. Like it. You can come over here. Just trying out different views. There we go. Making old man noises. Go, just finishing up. We destroyed that rag. There we go. No. Cool. Shop lights are up. Everything's looking pretty good. Everything's looking really good, actually. Really seems to help a lot when you're hanging out with friends and stuff to get stuff done for me. Okay, that was the first part of my checklist for today. I'll screw that into the wall later. Give me just a second, guys. AC's back on. Well, that feels really good. Maybe not the most riveting content, but you guys just helped me get my whole shop cleaned up. Yeah, it's funny. There's a lot of guys. There's more so now than there's ever been of information, and a lot of the information I'm sharing comes from my background in engineering and my experience and working in commercial settings where you try to find the best, quickest, fastest, but not necessarily the worst. You know, you want the best method. And there's a lot of guys out there that are also trying their own stuff. But whether or not that's been, you know, I'm trying to think how to say it. The guys I learned from were like Cliff Stamp, and he had a PhD in science and metallurgy, and he did real-world testing for thousands of tests, and then he shared his results. So the information was solid. And I never set up this channel to become like, you know, it's just the place where I ended up is in this spot where I guess I started to talk about it a little bit earlier, was when I started, there was people that were very helpful to me. And so when I learned everything there was that they had to teach, then I started to share new information as I built new, and you can still go back to the Wicked Edge and find modifications and upgrades to the system of the Wicked Edge that I designed and built and then shared. And then I started doing a YouTube channel to share that information. And then I shared about 1x30s. And then I couldn't share how I had upgraded it to a variable speed because I made a promise to the guy that gave me the motor information I wouldn't share it. I kept it quiet for over 2 years. And then I came out with my own system to try to upgrade the 1x30, and I shared that. And so there's been this natural progression, but it's all coming from a place from trying to share the highest quality knowledge available, not just a demonstration of me doing something so I can get some likes and views. That was never the case, and it still isn't the case. I'm still here in this position because of you guys, and so I try to keep the information the best quality I can because I want it to be of the highest value. If I just start putting out garbage YouTube videos, I don't think I would have people still following me as much. It's funny because one of the guys that was most helpful to me when I first started out, well, they know who they are. And that seed, planting that seed to carry it forward is what, to me, this is all about. And somebody showed me the kindness when they were somebody said, that's a guy that really knows what he's talking about, and he's taken the time to help you. And that helped me to get better so that I could share and try to help other people. If it helps one person, I'm very grateful for the opportunity. So anyways, enough of that mushy stuff. There are guys out there that teach. There's guys out there showing you upside down, left and right, how they do stuff. You need to be able to have a critical thinker on board in your driver's seat, in my opinion, so that you can decide whether it makes sense for you to do certain steps. I will always try to show you the most streamlined, efficient, safe process I can. And you'll never see me put an angle guide edge leading on a 2-inch machine. You just won't see it. And I can tell you why. But trying things out on camera, I think it's really, honestly, you guys are going to get me cranked up here. It's a disservice And it's disrespectful to the people, because if you got 100,000 people that see that video and they think it's okay to put an angle guide edge leading on a belt sander that's going 50 miles an hour, 45, 50 miles an hour, somebody's going to get hurt. And if you don't know for sure it's safe, why would you share it and show it with people just to say, look what I did? Make sure people need to be careful about what they're teaching people, because people message me every day and they say, I saw this from this guy, and I saw this from this guy. And I say, I cannot endorse that method or that technique, and I wouldn't do it. And it's mostly about safety. So. I guess it's probably one of my biggest fears is somebody's going to do something that they saw me do, and then they're going to get hurt. And if you've been around here long enough, you know people that have got hurt. And I don't want to see anybody get hurt. And it's part, there's a risk involved. And when you're in a position where you're sharing, you're educating, you're teaching, people are watching you and emulating what you do, I think you got to be really careful about what you're saying is okay and what you're teaching people, because people don't know any better. And they're counting on you. So back to a happy note. When I was a video game repairman, I used to clean down the arcade games. And the one guy said, what am I paying you $30 an hour to wipe down my machine? I could wipe it down. I could have the busboy wipe it down. And the truth is while I was wiping down the machine, I'm checking it. Is it tight? Does the belt need replaced? And so I get at the end of the day, I get a clean machine, and also I made sure that the knob isn't loose. I'm not going to get electrocuted. The feet, it's stable, it's safe. And so it's a two-part. I'm always trying to do two things at once. So I'm wiping it down, I'm getting it clean, and I'm making sure it's safe and prepared for work. And that's why I tried to explain to this guy about his machines, that when I'm wiping them down, I'm finding all the problems that I could tighten now before it falls apart or breaks, and I've actually saved him money. And in this case, it's kind of a safety thing too. So we are all cleaned up. The shop's all good. I'm going to wait on the Vivore unboxing. Thank you guys. It's actually starting to feel a little better. Once I get the dust extraction in, we'll be totally set. Sorry if I got off on a little rant there. One of the things that's happened is that the videos, there's so many people making videos now that I've been working on it for several years, and we're in the final stages now. But there's a reason why you haven't seen it from me sooner, is because I'm not trying to push out some get-rich-quick scam, which there was a guy that recently I got a message from somebody that they offered to do a training program and teach the guy how to sharpen for $5,000. And they ran, and they took the money, and I don't know what happened with the situation, but that's a horrible, unethical thing to do. So I've been working on a 7-part training program, and it starts with an introduction, and then it goes into the theory of sharpening as deep as I can, but that Cliff Stamp sort of understanding of what's going on, and then safety. and this is why you do it this way and why you don't do it this way. And I'm not just talking about my methods, I'm trying to cover all methods: edge leading, edge trading, vertical, horizontal, with the stick, with the clamp, freehand, belts, wheels, all the things you need. And then to go into the fourth step, which would be exactly how to sharpen knives, scissors, kitchen tools, all the different tools. The fifth step is some touch on some business stuff. There's a sixth step, and then a summary. And the idea is that you can come in with no knowledge or a basic understanding of how to sharpen, and when you step through to the end of this program, you should be ready basically to fire it up with practice. The part that isn't included in the program is you taking the time to develop your own level of expertise. I would say mastery, but at least, journeyman level, where you're prepared to go out and feel confident that you can nail the job for customers. But from start to farmer's market sharpener, which is everything that's in the home, hand garden tools, all that, in this one program, and we're looking to do it for under $600. And I'm just wrapping it up. Actually, this is part of it, because I'm going to do not the YouTube videos, the actual video instruction one-on-one with close-ups and zooms with the new mic, and put that all together with the resources and downloadable material, the tests, the chapters, and it's all going to be buttoned up into one solid package that I'm hoping is like a magnum opus, and people will be talking about it for years, that the guy knocked it out of the park. I'm trying to make sure that it doesn't suck, and that's why you're not seeing it yet. So if you guys hang tight, I'll have it soon enough. In the next few months is the plan, regardless. And then from there, I can advance and do side classes on thinning, training in that thinning, knife thinning, side classes in single bevel, side classes in scissors. And these can all be, try to keep it affordable, but have all the knowledge condensed down that you can trust that it's good knowledge in one spot, and then you can refer to it back. And that's the goal. So we're getting there. Kirky. Yeah, there we go. Hey, good morning. What's up? Cleaning out, doing a little live stream. I just got the shop all cleaned up. Yeah. What you got for me? I don't know if I got. I don't have a. What I have is a little. Might have to go over to the kitchen supply have them, or did you check over there yet, or? If I have what? Tuesdays and Thursdays are the days you can always catch me here. Yeah, you might just have to order it online. Yeah. Well, buy them a nice one online. Go to a commercial kitchen supply store and get them a zester. We have a few kitchen supply things, but we don't have a large stock of kitchen supply. I got to find the name of it, but it's literally one box. And they do all kids giant kitchen supply. That's the okay. They have a few knives. They don't have a decent selection or decent quality. So, but please go over there and check them out, and they'll have what you need. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Kirkland, do yourself a favor too and check around. Depending on what area you are, you have multiple choices for your sharpening instruction. There is Bonica. There's also Dennis Brooks, and he's an exceptionally good teacher. He teaches at all our Western Sharpeners Roundups. He's also a judge in the NSG, National Sharpeners Guild. He's second generation. His dad was a master sharpener and master teacher. Dennis Brooks would be another really good choice. Jim O'Donnell in South Carolina, I believe he is. One of the best teachers I've ever had. And you can even find his videos, and so you can see the quality of his training. Jim's Sharp blog on YouTube. The videos are old. They're actually 10-year-old videos. He doesn't do a lot of them, but some of his older videos you'll get, and he does some newer stuff recently in the van. He's been a sharpener for 30 years and a trainer with Wolf Industries, and they're the guys that had the Hero 2, the purple flat hone machine. He's a master sharpener, master trainer. He's one of my closest friends, and crystal clear instruction. No screwing around. Be my top two, and you got lots of choices, is what I'm trying to say. Usually just because you get one training doesn't mean you stop with one. My first trainer was Ward Collins, who just recently, just a few days ago, passed away. Ward was the rootinest, tootinest, shoot 'em up cowboy guy you've ever seen. He'd also been to factories in foreign countries, and he absorbed all this information. He lived it, slept it, ate it, breathed it, and he would fight you about it. He was a fun guy. Then you got guys that are very technical oriented, like Jim. You got Dennis Brooks, who's been raised doing it. I'm trying to see where to put you guys here. Hey, see, I'm gonna kill ya! It can keep dying. I'll just keep pushing the button. All right, I got a little sharpening to do. Yeah, Kirkland, you got lots of good choices out there. And I guess the final note on that is after I trained with Ward Collins, and then I hung out with Dennis Brooks, and then I picked up a lot of really good stuff from Jim O'Donnell. And what you want to do is get a system, lock it in, because everyone does it BAC, CAB, and they do them slightly different, but it's the same process. So you got to dial in what works for you. I have my process. I'll show it again on camera. I actually have a pretty good video at one point where you can see the technique I use, and it's repeatable, and you get the same results every time. Pete! This is like a reunion around here. Peter Woolworth was one of the nicest guys when I first started sharpening many, many years ago. Okay, it was like 7 or 8 years ago. Seems like it was a long time ago. In a very real sense, I wouldn't be here without the help of these guys. So I'm trying out a new ceramic. No, it's not better than a Cubitron. Yes, it's cheaper. It's more like a Red Label or a Phoenix abrasive, or it's a ceramic. It's a red ceramic abrasive. So we may be adding a lower cost value brand to our products. Pro value. Yeah, we'll have to see how the roundup goes this next year for everybody. We're definitely going to continue to have them. We may have scheduling conflicts and some other stuff. We may be doing something a little different this next year, and it's a little too early to talk about it yet, but we got almost a whole year till that time, so we'll be good. All right, I got 2 knives. There's that heel smashed down. Wasn't done by a belt sander. That's just a dull impacted heel. So I'm going to take a little bit of material out here so it doesn't continue to look like a recurve going to the back. To the heel of the knife. Tip, heel. Somebody got cranky with me because I said tail end. Okay, there you go. So these red ceramics cut pretty good. I can't bring you guys in closer so you can actually see that. I can't talk with the mask on. Sorry, guys. I'll do this for you. Customers want a knife that's going to stay sharp as long as possible. And I give them that edge, which is lower than what a lot of people will sharpen at. I sharpen at about 15 to 16 degrees. But as I cut down, and then if you're worried about getting the tip a little warm, start at the tip and then move off of it. Do it in one smooth motion, and then when you have to remove the bolster, reduce the bolster, I come in and grind that little bolster down in the back. That's actually where you do want it to go down in the back. There we go. And then I'll rest it right there on the angle guide. So what makes the angle guide safe for edge leading and what makes it not safe? This angle guide is bolted to the frame of the machine. It is a fixed portion of the frame. Even though it's got screws and pivots, it's not magnetically attached or attached with tape or a clamp on the side. It is fixed onto the machine. As I'm grinding, when I'm edge leading, and the belt goes behind the angle guide. So you got your platen in the back, you got your angle guide frame behind the belt, and then the belt goes in front of that, but the belt goes behind the angle guide. I know I'm speaking like I'm a kid here. What happens is if you were doing a recurve or something, if you did something you shouldn't do, which would be angle up and angle over into the corner of a belt that's coming down. Hopefully that makes sense. You never want to do that. But if you were to do that, and it was to catch the belt, it would immediately throw it down. But the belt goes behind the angle guide and the knife is in front of the angle guide. So within the first 1/10 of a second, it separates them. And so all the momentum is gone. And so it'll kick it down, and it will rip the belt, and it will scare the crap out of you. But it won't shoot the knife and throw it with momentum down into your feet or your crotch. Because if you have a machine that's angled like this, if you're sharpening on a Vivore and you've got it at an angle, and you've got an angle guide, and it's aiming straight towards your stomach, and your angle guide is magnetically attached, strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. Because what will happen is when it kicks, when you catch the edge of a belt, then it can shoot it at you. Yeah, and then you have to go home and change your pants. That's right. I tried to count up one day how many belts I've went through. 200,000 knives, roughly. Probably a quarter million by now. 50,000 knives a year. $50 knives per belt, average. So what's 250 divided by, what's 25 divided by 5 is 5,000 belts? 50,000 belts? Can't do math today. We'll probably end up getting some customers coming in too at some point. I've got a few things just to sharpen. So P120 first step, Trizac A30 second step. I'll talk about that one here in a minute. Do the same 3 steps. When you do the same 3 steps over and over again, you're going to get to where you can feel the differences in the steel. If I do the same thing over and over again, exactly the same, the only thing different, if you shoot the same gun every day, same target, the only thing different is the wind. So this knife did not take a happy edge. It's sharp, it'll slice paper, it'll probably catch the hair and shave the hair, but I can show you how you can make it sharper. But we got company coming in. I got some friends on. I got some friends on the video. You want me to do them for you while you're standing there? Hand them right back to you?
Oh, if you can.
I can.
Okay.
No worries at all. Customer just brought these in. They all are very thin behind the edge. They don't need thinning. This is not an if you got a hammer, everything looks like a nail. These are just some nice looking. These are your Max, I believe. Are these Max? I believe so. The handle looks like it. Oh, Technique. So I'm just going to put a quick edge on all 4 of these. Have I seen these before?
Yes.
Okay. When you've seen them before, then the angle guide will match, and it'll take care of it'll make it very quick and easy. It's part of the reason why you don't have to do as much work is when you have the angle guide. And this light lets me see when I can move on to the next step. Down and back, down and back. I saw it apex. I'm making sure to keep it firm and flat against the angle guide. but the angles match from the last time. So even though we're using belts, we're removing less material because you can see that the work is done. This one's got a little bit of a recurve up on the tip. I'm going to grind that down. There we go. Now it's back to flat. Ow. Oh, watch out. There we go. I was holding too close to the front tip there. There we go.
Yeah, the one in the metal, silver handle.
Yeah.
After I got it sharpened, a couple days later, I washed it and I was putting it in the dish rack.
Uh-oh.
And it fell, and I tried to catch it, and it sliced my finger. I had to have 6 stitches.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well.
And it was really bad. I mean, kind of deep, and they stitched it and whatever, but it took a while. But still, I think I must have cut a nerve or tendon because the finger still feels a little funny.
Oh yeah, you got it deep then, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
I went home to the peroxide and all antiseptic, and I tried at the kind, but it wouldn't stop bleeding. So when I went to the doctor, he goes, yeah. They took some pus
Wow.
and they said,
Well, yeah, you did more than just a scratch.
yeah, no.
You went down in. Well, that's the thing. I mean, a moving knife.
Yeah, it was falling to the floor, and I tried to catch it, and then it fell straight, and then the blade was facing out, and I caught it with the blade side.
No, that's actually, it's an interesting. The guys I'm on the video with right now, we're all sharpeners,
Oh.
and so I'm kind of trying to share some thoughts and insights. So my dad played baseball,
Oh.
and he was always really fast with his hands, and he'd catch this and caught it, like that. And so I grew up like we all do, trying to do the same as our dad. So I played baseball. I learned how to juggle. I was always really good with my hands. When the knife falls off the table, you gotta go opposite.
Learned my lesson. I'll let it drop.
You have to. And then I get teased a lot, especially by the mainlanders, because my safety slippers.
Oh.
But it's actually part of the first safety is not grabbing for the knife. The second thing is you move your foot out of the way. That's crazy. I hope it heals with no nerve damage for you. Yeah, well, these are thin edges, which is what we were just talking about. That's actually why that's one.
But that was just reflexes, you just try to catch stuff. You don't
That's
really
right.
think.
No, well, and if you're not used to having something that's pretty sharp, now you got to treat it more like well, I guess you know already, right? That's a really good lesson, especially for knife sharpeners. I had one once, I got the picture, and it stuck right in the ground next to my foot. little baby steak knife. It looked scarier than it was, but hey, sir. Oh, thank you. Little baby box.
Yeah. Do you ever shop serrated knives?
Oh yeah.
You can't shop those things?
I can put the serrations back in.
Oh.
So we have some special machines right here, here, and here that they can actually cut the fresh serration back in if there's a little bit of a serration left.
Okay.
So you kind of have to use it like a template, like when you trace by numbers kind of thing. If there's a little bit, I can bring it back.
Oh, okay. I should bring one bread knife down to see, but I don't know if it's worthwhile because it's not a very expensive bread knife. So.
But when I get done, you'll be able to cut you'll be able to slice like a phone book paper with it. It'll blow your mind. And I charge like $10 or $12. So yeah, altogether $34 altogether.
We go to buy stuff based on the home, and then I noticed when I had keys. Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay.
If it doesn't go very close.
When I had keys,
We have.
they had He said, oh, they had a little sign says they sharpen knives. But, yeah, I said, oh, okay, it was kind of cool, cheap. It was $3.
Yeah, they grind them down, or?
I think so, it's a grinder.
Yeah. Here's the, here's a, well, I guess we're selling these for $40 now.
Oh, yeah, ours is like a plastic handle.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So,
this
so,
is.
so these are actually an inexpensive, really good knife, and then I can keep them really crazy sharp from there. Here's a receipt for you.
You want it?
Oh, thank you, I appreciate it.
Sure. Oh, okay.
Greatly appreciated, and you're on your way, be careful.
Yes, I will. I learned my lesson.
Well,
Because then it took like over a month to heal.
it sounded like you cut a nerve and you went deep on it, so.
Deep on.
All right, brother.
Thank you.
See you, man. Yeah, it actually, everything becomes second nature with practice. And guys like Ryan Swanson that thin knives, they thin knives every day. And kind of goes, everything's kind of tying together for those that have been here for part of the conversation, but there's a reason why you don't see me demonstrating a lot. I do share, and I've shared before, my own thinning of knives because I felt like I got to a certain level to where I had something to add to the conversation, or it was respectable enough of a result that I'm proud to show it and demonstrate it and to help teach others with it. But you didn't see me just go buy a 2x42 and say, hey, this is Cliff, I'm going to teach you how to thin a knife when I hadn't thinned any before. Okay, we got the next one. So I do have to contact those people. I have got two more. That was cool. That was 4 knives. I knocked out for that guy real quick. Yeah, some guys do wear an apron. I think it's a nice idea, you know. AC died again. I've been considering an apron myself, more like a kitchen apron, you know, keep the dust off the front. The dust is going to go everywhere, but it is nice not to have to deal with that. Let me just knock these two out real quick. Ah, there's my safety glasses. Somebody will see me without safety glasses, and I'll be called every rookie name in the book. Not today, hecklers, not today. So the red ceramic. Let's talk about it. I've got 25 knives on the red ceramic. It's still holding up. It's still got some good abrasive on it. You do have to push a little harder on it, and it does generate a little bit more heat. What happens is, at least a study, a theoretical study or a real study, but when you take a metal, this hand's metal, this box is metal here, this is metal, and this hand is the abrasive. And it gouges the material in these tiny, tiny little strips and pulls it off, and that's where you get your metal dust, and that's where you get your scratches. And the two surfaces come together, make friction. This is all real basic elementary school kind of stuff, right? The friction, the pressure of the two things creates heat. But if And so the heat heats up the belt, of course, and the heat heats up the metal, and the metal absorbs the heat. But the abrasives, some of them can cut and remove the material so fast that they're taking the heated material away before it heats up the steel. And so that's why you'll see a lot of sparks on certain things. If it's a fine grit abrasive, it'll get really hot. The reason why I jerked my hand away is that knife that that guy had was so thin that even though it hadn't discolored the metal, the heat transferred through that really thin metal and came right up to where I was holding it really fast. And so I'm a little bit of a weenie when it comes to that. Anytime I feel heat, I immediately stop, and then maybe that's so I don't overheat a knife as well. But if you have a strong abrasive like a Cubitron, it'll remove material 30% faster, and they claim it'll run about 30% cooler, and that's actually been my experience, which is pretty cool, literally. And they cut pretty good. I'm gonna see how many knives I get out of that ceramic. I'm calling it a red ceramic. It's very similar to Red Label. It's very similar to Phoenix abrasives. You know what it's very similar to? A BSM. If you go out to some of the other belt shops, they have BSM ceramic. Then you have zirconia. They're expensive. If you're going to go with zirconia, you might as well just go with the Cubitron because I haven't seen them perform that much better. So every now and then what I'll do with my felt belt, it's going up and away. And it's getting dirty. It used to be bright yellow. This is still the original prototype belt that then I made my decision to start stocking and offering this product. And it's still the first one. I noticed it was getting a little bit snaggly. Yeah, it's getting a little scuffed up, which is fine. If you're using compound, the compound will embed the fibers back down in. But, so then what I'll do is I just wanted to get some fresh material on there. And then I will use a rag with some rubbing alcohol. This used to be part of my Saturday routine because if you reset everything back to zero with a fresh belt and a clean strop and use the same angles, the same techniques, you're going to get the same result. If you don't, then you have backup steps in place without having to just be completely off wandering in the woods trying to figure out if you use too much angle or too much this or too much that. So what I've done is I've scraped it clean, I've wiped it clean with the rubbing alcohol, it's now evaporated clean, and then I'll give it a little heavier treatment. These are little baby squirts. When I feel it starting to spray back off, maybe I'll help massage it in a little bit. And then I'll hit the wheel. Maybe I'll scuff the wheel too. You don't have to take off a lot. You're just freshening it up. If you want, you can, get a little bit of the ook and the gook off. Now we should just have clean leather. Shake up your diamond emulsion, it will tend to settle. We're not there yet, but if I can hear NASA like clean, I'll be happy. This product, just since we're talking here, is like everything else, you guys. It's not the best, it's not the most expensive. It is the highest concentration of goodness for the least amount of money I could find. See, I just put some more on that. And then we're going to squirt this up. Once it gets a nice coating, it's good. Okay. So we got this from the 600 grit. Give it a strop. Give it a strop. I'll check the bite. Maybe I'll see if it's shaving. It's not quite shaving. Light touch on the wheel. Very light touch. Now it's grabbing hair. Now it's still got some stickiness to the edge. That's going to be right in that 100, best test of about 100 zone. I'm not going for a polished world record edge. I'm going for 100 pop, and that's when it sticks to hair, shaves hair. I don't need to shave my arm. I'm just using that as a reference point. Guys in kitchens do not like to hear you talk about hair shaving sharp. They don't. If I'm in my restaurant and you're talking to me about how hair shaving sharp that is, it's gross. But from a standpoint of, does it stick to does it pop? Yes. Does it have bite to the edge? That is an amazing amount of bite that's going to slice through any tomato you throw at it. Any protein. If you haven't discovered edge leading with just the right amount of stropping, it's a magical thing. A little rubbing alcohol. Boom. And, ooh, these look nice. Mac vegetable knife, double-sided. Super fancy. I'll show you guys this one. Holy cow. So you got your shun knives. You got your shun basic, then you got your shun premiers, and then you got ones like this here. Crazy. Beautiful little piece. Real. It's heavy, but it's got good balance. The handle's like extra chunky size. What a great little knife. Oh no, the Cutco's. Oh, it's just a random box full of a bunch of other knives. Nice, and a serrated knife too. Okay, I'll bring you guys down while we do these, and that'll be the end of the sharpening. And then I got to figure out what I'm going to do for the video for the Vivore. There's the Vivore. We're going to take it out of the box. Does that work for everybody? You guys can see that all right? Thanks, you guys. The white belt Always Sharp is asking what's the difference between the white and the yellow belt. Tell me when you see the theme here. The white belt was the best belt I was able to find out of all the belts in the world when I was sourcing and trying to find the best belt to offer people. And it was an amazing belt, the white belt. And then after 2 to 3 years of the most amazing belt, it was the longest lasting and had really good properties to it. It was actually 2-layer. And at a certain point they changed their manufacturing technique, and the layer started to delaminate. And so I started to get complaints and reports from customers out of nowhere. This is after selling and having them for years. And I talked to the manufacturer about it, and they said that they had changed, the material had changed, because they get their materials in bulk like anybody else. It's a chain of unfortunate events. So their product supplier that was sending them the felt, now the felt product was delaminating, and when they're making me the products, then my customers, so we had to start over. And I went back out and tried every felt belt I could find on the market that was available from different sources, and I ended up finding a material made in Germany. And so you will see other belts made from this material possibly, but I am actually purchasing this material wholesale in giant rolls, and then it's being created for us. And so that's why I'm able to get it in 1x18 size and different sizes that weren't available before. So we're actually not just reselling products for other people. We're having products created custom for us to offer to you guys, and that's the best one I've been able to find. And the feedback has been amazing on it. They don't delaminate. They leave a really good edge, and you definitely get your money's worth out of them. I have 2 leather belts that are pre-seasoned, and I switch around because I like to keep my own sharpening skills fresh. So I'll swap out for a leather belt and use leather and adjust my pressure and my technique to leather, and then I'll switch to felt. And I've been using this felt belt for so long, it might be done. I'm looking at it from here, and it looks like a yellow snuffleupagus. It's all fluffy and fuzzy. What you don't want is you don't want the material to come over the top of the edge while you're trying to strop. So it might be time. All right, what we got? I'll keep the serrated one for last. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a little baby. And I'm still gonna use the ceramic, the Pro Select. For anybody that's watching, this light is the key to how this method works. And it was just by the luck of the draw. There's a video I've got out there called 3 Steps I taught my son how to sharpen, or 3 steps in my teaching my son. And in that video you can see the light reflecting, and you can see how it shows the burr. Even though it's not a large edge trailing burr, it's an edge burr. It's a burr formation on the apex, and when it slightly moves over, the light reflects off of it, and instantly you know you're done. And by done, I mean you're done. You don't have to sharpen anymore. There's that beautiful knife. Down and back. I don't know if it'll show up on the camera with the ear, but when I got down to the tip, this thing was very thin, I'm not even pushing on it. I'm touching it, but I'm not pushing on it. There I'm pushing in. If you watch the machine, you'll actually see the machine flex a little bit. I'm putting a decent amount of pressure on because I'm also moving it. By moving at a consistent speed, you also get a clean, consistent bevel. If you stop, then the bevel will start to go all wavy on you. If you go too slow, it'll get too hot. So, baby. I'll come back for the serrated knife. Yeah, the light is just like a $15 add-on from Amazon. And I have an Amazon store, not because, again, not because I'm trying to get 15 cents off the sale. Woo! But it was the easiest way for everyone to find what products I'm using and then click the links and get them. Unfortunately, the Amazon affiliate Curry Custom Cutlery store link is hard for even me to find from the dashboard. But I have all the products that I use, even the tape, the super slippery tape that I highly recommend. Anybody taking notes out there, Lisa? Lisa! By what? Yeah, Sharpen right. I know, man. We've been around for a while. Yeah, oh, the light. Right, you got by the light. So if you buy the light and you do the first step, and you make sure you see that little white line across the top, and you make sure that this one is slightly wider of an angle, which would be a higher number because we're dealing with knives. 15 over there, 15.3 here. Use a digital angle guide. Somewhere I got one. If you don't have a digital angle guide, find yourself a knife with a big bevel on it. Do the first step. Bring it over, put a Sharpie on it, and then touch it and look. And if this is the apex, this is the grind, and then this is the shoulder, it's going down into the knife. You want to see the Sharpie marker removed up here at the apex, not down here at the shoulder, because that means you're sanding, you're grinding and sanding into the thickest shoulder of the knife, working your way up to the apex. Where if you start up here and it comes down, then you're always making sure that you hit the apex with your second step. I should have mentioned that's actually part of my Saturday morning farmers market setup. All this will be in the sharpener training guide. I mean, I really want to dump everything I got into that guide. And we now have got the framework of it, and we even have the quizzes and the downloadable material, and I'm really happy with the quality of the material. it goes into microscopic and why this and what that and what the bird, kind of like Landis did with his videos or the demonstrations and the descriptions of what the burr is going on. You Snuffleupagus, it's time for you to go. Just take a moment. There you go. Fuzzy. You, sir. Will get saluted. And I think we're going to switch to... I'm going to switch to leather. Change it up. It has nothing to do with the fact that we don't have any yellow belts at the moment. So this was loose, and now it's tightened up from just being in the moisture of the air and not being stretched. But these are two belts, this belt here and another one, that I had seasoned. I'm going to do the same thing I did to the other one, but I'm going to season this one from scratch. So I'm just going to take a belt. I'm going to lightly scuff the leather belt. That will remove a little bit of any material that was in it. Yeah, just give it a little bit of something for this to go into. I don't need to clean it. Once you get enough diamond paste or diamond spray into it, you don't need to do that much. So the felt, I was used to holding the angle down a little lower because the fluffiness of the felt wants to come up over the top of the edge. The leather has a little bit of compressibility to it, but it isn't wrapping over the apex. And so when I did my initial swipes at that slightly lower angle, I need to come up about a half a degree, push in. There it is. Oh my. Okay. Leather is fun. Felt works great. Felt works great because it doesn't stretch out, but leather makes it pop. Diamond emulsion keeps it clean, so you don't have to deal with lots of residue. Sometimes you can't avoid it. This is that beautiful. We'll give it a little extra something. And then these I like to leave them more on the bitey side because they're going to be doing slicing and things like that. AC went down. AC's back. Maui's doing good. We had a brush fire out on the far side of the island, so the phone's been just going off the hook. About 300 acres, 500 acres, but it's out in the middle of nowhere, so they can't even get the trucks or anything in. They're just having to use helicopters to dump. Nope. Oh, I see. Okay, bitey, bitey. You want it polished? You want it toothy? Can't have them both. You want a polished edge? Polish the edge. There you go. So I just took all the tooth off. Now it feels like it's on glass, but you see how much. So I just took that from a best tester score of 120 maybe, because it was kind of chunky, and buffed and polished it right down to a 70. What, you guys don't believe me? I heard somebody in the back say they didn't believe me. Okay, I just wanted to see myself. Challenge accepted. I don't not believe you. There's a reason why I got this thing, so I can have fun too. All right. I don't know. Hard to say. If somebody thinks they can touch and maybe tell the difference between 60, 70, and 80, I don't know. That's why we're finding out. Okay, no goofing around. Oh, it's got 2 on it. I re-zeroed it. Okay. Deep breath. Coming down. Ooh, 103. I think the problem with the test is you can try to be as honest, rigorously honest as you can, and you can just flinch and the number will change. I did get 2 back-to-back 60s scores the other day. Okay, reset 0, polished it a little more, feels a little bit more bitey. Okay, right in the middle, coming down slow. 3, 2, 1. 114. So we're going the wrong direction here. I'll tell you what I'm doing here in a minute. So without removing a lot of material, I was being very gentle on it, but I did a small convex taper at 10 going up to about 12 to 13 degrees, edge trailing, and that put a large or an outstanding feather burr on the top. I'm talking to the camera and I'm up here. Hey, sorry about that. So convex, low angle, but then convex, so it's going to have a little higher final angle at the edge. So 10 degrees, maybe 12 to 13 at the apex, but edge trailing So now I have a large burr formation that I'll use for 600 grit to satin polish and make the edge look nice. And I'm coming in shallow, and then I will lift up just a little bit and massage that burr off. That's actually the largest portion of the discussion in the training program that I'm putting together is burr removal, because that's where it really happens. Barely touching. Barely touching. Light as can be. Now this is exactly what I did the other day and got that really good score. So some of it's going to come down to the knife, the steel, the thickness. This is going to be a little thicker. There you go. Okay, here we go. Three, 2, 1. 118. Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard. It might be just what this steel does. Because last one. I just wanted to see if that final stropping. Usually the edge trailing burr with a careful burr removal has been my go-to. Okay, reset. Okay, rock and roll. No goofing around. 3. Wait a minute. I didn't touch it yet. There you go. Okay. 3, 2. So 100. I'll take 100. Every knife is different. It makes it kind of fun. I'm having a lot of fun with this tester. Thank you for Justin for sending it out to me. Definitely having a lot of fun with it. And put these all back in here. And then we got the one serrated knife to do. Let you see yourself in the camera. There you go. Yeah. It's not you, it's that machine. Definitely the machine. Hey, knife guy. It gave you anxiety. Well, you never know. That's the crazy thing. When I did it the other day and I popped a 60, I couldn't believe it. So it's like Vegas. It's just like Vegas. You get really excited when it works. All right. So, serration discussion. These are super shallow serrations. if you actually look at the serration, it goes tip to tip, maybe a 1/4 inch. But look how deep it is. It hardly goes any deep at all. So I could deepen these serrations by going with the 1/2 inch wheel, or I could keep them about the same going with the 1 inch wheel. And it would look, the 1 inch wheel would make it look more like it does from the factory. Or I could just do the 1/2 inch wheel and make it be a little more aggressive. So I can match either one. I can deepen the serration without making it look ridiculous, or I could follow the same basic contour, taking this tiny little serration that you wouldn't think, but doing it on a 1 inch wheel. And so here's the so I'll leave it to you guys. You tell me which one. What do you guys want? 1 inch or 1/2 inch? A couple guys over in Reno area, we had that wolf show a little bit ago. That was a lot of fun. Let's try and keep the serrations looking similar to what is already there. So I'm going to do them on the 1 inch wheel. Just like everything else, a lot of it has to do with lighting. This should be bolted down for sure. I'll do 3 or 4 and then I'll show you what I got. Okay. So there you can see, this is what I see. Oh, come on. I see that little burr popped up. Because of the way my lighting is, that's exactly what I'm looking for. So I'll put it on a serration and hold it there until I see that little burr come up. And then this is what I'm cutting in on the other side. So you see how I say it looks very similar to the width and the lowness of the original. I might be going in a little too low, but I think that'll be okay. Not too low, lower than what it is, but it's very similar. So I'm going to do the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only takes a second. Watching my handle on the left out of the corner of my eye to make sure I'm not going to bump into it. I'll start angling up and away a little bit. Consistency, pressure, and the time. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how I get That's how I get scallops that all look like they came from the same. Here we go. Oh, perfect. Probably been a hot minute since I scuffed up the 600 grit wheel too. These are normally green. That'll just remove any clogged materials or any glazing to the outside surface. That'll freshen that up. These things freshen up real easy. Okay. Hopefully it'd be cool if this actually shows up, but we'll see if we can get it to. Probably not from there. Now the light's not helping us out any. Well, there's, you got my back of my hand. That's great. There you go. And that was a very cooperative burr. I'm going to go at an angle on the serration, lightly on the back. So we remove the burr. Here you go. Not focusing very well. Well, that one came out real good. I'm happy with that. And they should be very happy with that as well. Yeah, that was a really good serration cut in. Well, that's what we were just discussing there. Was you have choices. We might as well just to cover it real quick. I was going to mention it. We were talking earlier about the philosophy of teaching and sharing and educating and helping people. And then you got guys that are really knowledgeable, but yet they will put their chin up and say, this is the only professional way, and if you are not doing it this way, then you are the amateur. And that's really rude. It's also off-putting, you know. Everyone has a choice every day of their life how they want to present themselves. But here's the thing. If you step out onto that pinnacle of greatness that you're self-proclaiming that this is the only professional way, then you need to be prepared to defend when somebody comes along and says, this sucks. So I got this from Germany. It is a serration wheel. It is about $500 to $600 by the time you get it here. They will create it for you to your specifications of how many millimeters you want each serration to be and how deep you want each serration to be. And you have to have a mechanical engineering drawing, and you have to tell them the radius, the depth, the width, and they will create to you an exact specification of what you want. And it will only work on that one knife. So like everything in life, there's trade-offs. There's a plus and a minus. So will this give you the most professional result? Sure. For a knife that exactly matches that serration pattern, it will give you the most consistently uniform scallop to scallop to scallop that you could get, because they are uniform scallops. You have uniform serration radiuses, and so you will get an exact, precise, manufactured looking serration. And again, you can only do a serration that's exactly that specification. And so people will have a 6 millimeter wheel, a 5 millimeter wheel, a 4 millimeter wheel, a 3 millimeter wheel, and I'm talking about the distance between the serrations. So you'll have $3,000 to $5,000 worth of wheels up on the wall, and I know a guy in Europe that does, and then you'll have to swap these out onto the machine to fit the knife. And as an alternative, you can go to a single serration wheel. This is a wheel with one radius, and that one radius can then fit a variety of scallop widths and depths, and you can control it by decreasing or increasing the angle. It's hard to describe. If it's a half inch across and you want to go a 1/4 inch deep, then you go like that. If you want it to be more shallow, then you tip it down. So by changing the angles, you can adjust to the width and the depth of the scallop. And the one that we did earlier had about a 1/4 inch, or what you call a 4 millimeter serration, I believe. 1/4 inch, no, 6 millimeters is about a 1/4 inch. But 1/4 inch serration, but it doesn't even go down in a 1/16 of an inch. And so that's why I chose a 1 inch wheel. And the 1 inch wheel is going to be huge, but then I choose just to sharpen up on the very top of it, and I use just a little bit of the radius there to match the angle. And so you get versatility, you get the ability to match a variety of scallops, you get affordability, and if you got a halfway decent hand-eye coordination and a consistency to your method, you can get professional looking results. So, full circle, be careful the advice that is given to you, and use your own critical thinker to listen and make decisions. And if I'm doing my job right, I don't sound like I know it all. I sound like I'm hopefully I'm just trying to share my experience, my options, what has worked for me and what hasn't worked for me. And there's more than one way to do it. You could have $3,000 to $5,000 worth of precision wheels, and you could cut in, if you're cutting in hundreds of knives, you could do it that way. This right here, if I didn't tell you that I did that with individuals, I don't think you could actually tell. I just walked right down and went bam, 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 bam. Sharpen it. Oh, I forgot to do the front edge. There is a for you guys doing serrated knives, there is a front little section that has a little edge on it. Bring up a burr. Remove the burr. Now it's got an edge on it. Okay, so that's a lot about serrations right there. Yeah, well, belts can overheat knives. And for sure you've seen it if you sharpen more than a few knives. If you see the metal turning brown at all, that's a sign of absolute heat treatment reduction. Does it? The fact that belts ruin knives is it has to do with the belts, which we talked about earlier, Cubitron and Tri-Zag belts. Cubitron belts run 30% cooler and last 30% longer. And if you're running at half the speed and you're 30% cooler, then there's really no chance that you're anywhere close to doing temperature damage. If you really want to find out if you're doing temperature damage or not, get some of this. It's called Templac. This is 300 degrees Fahrenheit Templac. And it's like nail polish. And you put it on the edge of the knife. And then you put the knife over on the belt. And if the knife gets up to 300 degrees, that will melt. Kind of like cotton candy. It just turns clear and it disintegrates. And that will show you that if you hold a knife in one spot, it will get hot. And I'll be doing videos on it, so you don't have to, I'll show you. And if you go fast, it doesn't get hot. And so when you see guys like, I hate to say who, but there's been guys I've actually watched their videos where they actually show this is why belts burn blades. And then they put a knife on a thing and then they hold it and they don't move it. And then it turns brown and it turns colors and then yeah, you burnt the blade. But if you're going at a relatively decent speed, you don't even come close. And here's the other thing is 300 degrees is not where blade temper begins to get changed. It's up at 400 to 450 degrees. And then when you're tempering 450 for an hour, did I lose you guys? There we go. I thought I lost you for a minute there. So ruining a blade is just something that people that use whetstones say so that they can feel better about the superiority of their inferior methods. I said it out loud. I said the quiet part out loud. And I was taught this when I first started sharpening with the Wicked Edge. They said you may not even know how to sharpen or use the Wicked Edge, but you're already better than those guys over there because belts ruin blades. And everybody wants to feel better about themselves. So naturally, I felt better than somebody without even really knowing what I was doing. And then, of course, I went out and immediately told everyone I know, belts ruin blades. Now, if you talk to a whetstone guy, he'll say the worst damage he's ever seen is from a belt sander. And I've seen some pretty bad damage from a belt sander. But the worst damage I've ever seen, by far, has been from whetstones. And I've got some old some old pictures up. And the guy had scrubbed so long on these whetstones from chef school that the whetstones were like this. And his beautiful knife was wallered out in the middle so far. It was like Brokeback Mountain. It was like a horse ready to be put out to pasture. And I took that knife and I recut and re-scalpeled it, shaved it, thinned it, satin polished it, and I brought it back to him. It's one of my favorite photos because you can see he's got a tear in his eye because he's holding up the knife that was his. He's a master chef now, but this is the knife he went to school with. He's holding it up. This is the knife I learned how to cook with, and he brought it back. And I brought it back. I didn't bring it back with whetstones. I brought it back with belts. You just got to learn how to use the touch of the belt. I've tried to use the Tormex system before, and I'm looking forward to actually getting it set up since I have the thing. And maybe I can use it for high-end chisels or possibly for planer blades. But I have a feeling it's just going to be too slow. Can you sharpen a Japanese kitchen knife on a wicked edge? Oh, for sure. In fact, some people would prefer it. I can't really say Wicked Edge is my alma mater. They're literally the people where I learned how to sharpen, and maybe I got lucky, but my nature is very scientific, and the fact that the Wicked Edge, they were talking about angles and microscopes and observing what you're doing and the methods and the techniques and how it affects the steel and observing how that affects the steel. Those guys are at the top of the game, and there is no heat damage with the Wicked Edge, so there's literally nothing bad you can say about it. I did a flawless mirror polish on a knife, and when I say flawless, I mean the bevel was step by step. Every grit, I moved the direction from this direction to this direction, and then I observed under a microscope that I'd removed every scratch. And I went from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 1,000 to 1,200 to 1,600 to automotive sandpapers to microfilms all the way down. And you can look at it in any light and there's not even a micro scratch. And I did it for the fact that I could do it, but it actually becomes rather hard at the finer and finer grits because any fluctuation in any slop in the tolerances of the knuckles and the joints means you can have micro faceting of the bevels. And I mean, how far down the rabbit hole do you want to go? I've been to the bottom, and it was amazing. And I came back literally with the hair that would pop. You could take the hair and touch it and it would pop right on top. And that's where I said one day, hey, I wonder if I could do that with a belt sander. And I asked the guys on the Wicked Edge forum, and at the time, this was 10 years ago, nobody had an answer. Like, yeah, I've seen it done. And so I made it my goal to take a belt sharpening system, a powered belt machine, and tried to see if I could apply everything I learned from Wicked Edge over to a 1x30 belt sander. And the first time I was able to get a hair splitting edge off of a belt machine, it blew my mind because I did it in about 1/10 of the time. And in short answer, I can get 90% of the way to a Wicked Edge in 10% of the time. Especially with the angle guides. I have one like holy grail thing that I've done where the actual knife was about 1/4 inch thick and the bevel was about 1/2 inch wide. It was a single bevel chonky knife, and I did a full regrind and I threw every belt I had at it on the wall. When I got done, it was a near flawless, perfectly flat 1/2 inch wide bevel that you couldn't have done on a whetstone, you couldn't have done on a Wicked Edge, and I've never seen anybody do anything like it in my whole life. I did it on belts. So it was cool. I wish it was mine. I did it for a customer and I handed it back to him. I said, I hope he appreciates that as much as I enjoyed doing it. But they can do damage too. You know, if you, that's where I watch, there's a couple guys that are doing a lot of videos right now, and I don't know who they are, but you watch them, and you'll see them bring up a burr on a purple belt on a 2x42, edge trailing, of course, and then you'll watch them pull up the burr, and then they flip to the other side, and then they'll grind and pull up, and watch the burr come up on that side. And inside, I'm like, okay, that's, let's go. And then they'll go back to the other side. Then they'll go back to the other side. Then they'll go back to the other side. Then and then about that point, I just have to turn it off because it starts to hurt. Starts to hurt me too much. It hurts it hurts me on the insides. Show me where the bad man hurt you. Because when you know that the burr is there and you're done, and you can just buff the burr off and polish it and go away, and they keep removing material or scratching up the sides of the knife or whatever, that's what gives belts a bad name. Part of it. You have guys like one of my mentors, patron saint of knives, and he treats it more like a dark art. He uses Trizac belts because they remove so little material and they leave such a uniform scratch pattern. And he'll use a belt, and then as it becomes less aggressive, he'll move it down to a finer position in his incremental step process. But he never uses really a coarse grit, or at least he used to not. The point being is though is he's massaging. He's not in a most time efficient manner method. He's deep into the process of the feel, and he's got an apprentice that he's working with now, and you can see that same gift of appreciation for the process he's passing it to this next person. The way that and they're actually going edge trailing with the belt going down. So there's leading, trailing, up, down, horizontal, vertical. I can't sharpen like that. This belt's going down, and if I try to look at the edge is down here, but through, I'm not even sure if that shows up on the camera. But you can certainly keep your angle because you can see what angle you're at, and then you look to see how you're doing. But there's definitely more of a craftsman approach to it, and they all get you there, man. So what we got right here, just came in, is the new microphone modules. And so hopefully I'll get these things charged up in the office, and then I'll be able to use them for a nice review. So I'll tell you what, you guys, I got you all here. I'm going to take just 2 minutes and maybe less than a minute. And I think what I could do is, since I'm recording with the good camera, if I got enough battery left, I do. Do you guys want to hang out while I do the unboxing on the Vivore? Because I've got to make a video on it. I don't have to, but I said I would, and I'm looking forward to it. So do you guys want to be here to be part of the Vivore video? And then what I'll do is I'll just clip that section out and make it its own video for... yeah, I think we'll do that. Seems like it's pretty quiet here today, which is great. Okay, give me a minute, we'll do that. Hang tight, guys, I'll be right there. Sorry for the delay, guys. I was actually hoping I could get this new transmitter working so I could have some really good audio for the video, but yeah, I'll have to mess with it. Does it seem like the video quality's okay? Lisa, chairs. I'm just gonna be setting up this little Vivore machine and doing a how-to video with it for everybody at home. There we go. How's that look? Pretty cool. Yeah, I think that'll work. Just getting it tuned up here, guys. Hang on. Hey, bear with me. Or thanks for continuing to bear with me. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. That's a good angle on everything, I think. Maybe even just kick it over a little bit. Square it up. There. Cool. I am a little bit fussy. All right, you guys ready for the making of a Curry Custom Cutlery YouTube video? Just trying to make sure I got a power cord ready to go. There's cool. All right, guys, it's time. Sorry for the delay. Wow, that was 2 hours. Okay, here we go. Wish me luck. so we are going to unbox this product. I'm going to make sure I got a sharp knife handy. The one I just had a minute ago. Because we're going to need to do that. Then we're going to set it up. I've got a belt to run it and test it. And then we'll discuss a few things after that as well. Okay. Hey guys, it's Cliff, Curry Custom Cutlery. Have I got a surprise for you today? I was reached out to and contacted by a company named Vivore. Vivore has offered to send me a 1x30 machine for review, and I've agreed that I would make a video on it. And I'm grateful for them to send this out to me. I look forward to doing the product review. I'm just going to unbox it while we're talking about it. It came really well packed. And of course, it is a tanky little machine. Full disclosure, I am familiar with this type of 1x30. So it came with some belts. A little bit of belts came in the box. And then we've got the let me just get all the stuff out and then I'll unbox it. Here's the main little chunky boy. And then we got a couple little extras. And then we got a really nice styrofoam packed box that was really well done. I've seen stuff come in before that wasn't quite as well packed. Not from Vivore, but from other places. Let's go ahead and we'll just open them up. Everything's bubble wrapped. Again, I am familiar with the machines. I've been running a 1x30. Really nice precision idler wheel here. Sometimes it's nice to see you put a little bit of a crown in them. We can discuss how to upgrade and modify the machines in a later video. But for right now, we're just going to pull out what we got out of the box. And again, thanks to Vivore for sending this out. These are really well-built machines, and we'll have links in the description below for everybody so they can get direct links to the products. There's your standard front platen. I'll put that right next to the other one. It's got the double idler roller. And this is the controller unit. Now, I actually ran I call it an open frame. What it is they've taken basically the frame structure, the design of a much larger commercial grade knife sharpening machine like a 2x72, and they've integrated it and miniaturized it into a smaller form factor, which is super cool. So as a knife sharpener for many years, now you could use this for other things, but as a knife sharpener, what gets people so excited in the sharpening community, and these have really been blowing up for a couple years. Several years after I kind of set mine to the side, people are still very excited about the product. And the reason why is because it's such a good fit for sharpening. So this is exactly the way it came out of the wrapper. That is a variable speed DC stepper motor controllers. Beautiful machining, rock solid. Drive wheel, I believe, is 3 inches. Not that that matters. But it would matter if we were going to offer some upgrades to the machine. Wink, wink. Sorry, I have something in my eye there. Okay. And then it's currently in a horizontal again, if you know anything about knife making, if you've ever watched videos on YouTube about knife making, you'll know that they set them on their horizontal, and that's a really beneficial method to be able to tip and tilt your machine. This has got it built into it. We have a couple little extras, additional pieces. We'll cover them. We may cover them in a later video. I wanted to do today the unboxing, the setup, and the demonstration of how it works. So I'm just going to walk you through it, just like I always do. And if everyone's on camera with us here, I can even, what I could do, I'll just bring you in a little closer. How about that? Perfect. Bring you in nice and close. Hopefully that's showing up on the camera. Everyone can see that okay. It comes with an Allen wrench. Now my background is in, as I've mentioned many times, repair, electronics, a little bit of robotics. And so I'm pretty comfortable fiddling with things. And so automatically I know that to get this thing from horizontal to vertical, there's a set screw and an adjustment. So I'm going to loosen both of those. I loosened it, and then I loosen this one. Click. And then in theory, this should just swing right up into place. Look at that. And then I'm going to go ahead and tighten it back down in the fully vertical. And then I'm going to tighten the, I guess one would be called a pivot screw and one would be called a set screw. Regardless, there's two screws. You get this thing out of the way. Hopefully you can see there's the pivot screw and there's the set screw. I'm going to tighten that down snug. Tighten that down snug. That's all there is to that. And then let's get an arm in place. We'll just start with this wheel, because it's, now normally I sharpen with the platen, and I normally sharpen edge leading, and I'm going to show you how we're going to make this platen work for the edge leading angle guide and do it safely. We may do it in this video, but I bet you it's going to be the next video. Let's just focus on getting this thing working right now. Excuse me, and demonstrating how to use it. In fact, why don't we start? So the way this works is this is the set screw for this. This would be what you would call your accessory shaft. And so this is the shaft for the accessory. It goes in here. Oh, gotta loosen it up a little more. There we go. Just like that. It's tight. And that's good. Snug is good. And so you want this thing to be in there good. You may need to. There we go. There we go. So you get it where you want it. This is really a nice roller. That's a really good running true rubber contact wheel. And that right there is maybe one of the less used but more functional pieces on this tool. I'm going to tighten that down so that it's in place. Let's just grab a belt. I have got a Cubitron belt here. Cubitrons, Trizacs, some of the best belts there are. And then what we need to do is we need to put it on here. I'm going to check my spring tension. This spring is got a perfect spring tension where it's not too hard. It's actually pretty significant, but it's also easy to operate. That's really well done. And the idler, it's got some crown on it. So 2 thumbs up for that. We do have an upgraded idler available for this machine, but we'll deal with that at a later point. So now what we want to do is we want to kind of see, and I may have just got it right off the gate, is get that perfectly into position, and I nailed it. And then we're going to see how that tracks. and you can adjust the wheel in and out. This knob right here will be our tracking, but you can run it by hand and see how it's looking. Looks like it's going towards the inside. When you go forward and reverse, they won't actually operate the same. So we're going, I want to go away from us, edge trailing. Let's see how she goes. Okay, you guys still with me? Here we go. Let's get the controller over in place. Controller's easy enough. We got one plug, and the plug goes one direction. Clip. Nice. This is different from the ones I've previously seen. One of the things I would recommend is after you get it clicked into place or plugged in, is make sure you get your rubber boot over the top. You might even want to tape that into place because that's where dust is going to go in, and you do not want dust to get inside that contact. That's the most critical thing there is. So that's a very simple thing you can do, is just to make sure you put that dust boot in place. Okay, power switch is off. We are now on. Make sure we're at the lowest setting, and I'm going to press start. Now, is that showing up for the camera? So this is why these machines are really so amazing. This is a really good speed control. So it plugged right in, it assembled, it's quick, and we have a smooth running. Now the belt is going this direction, so we want to change that. And I think I'll just make a quick little edit jump right there. Okay, give me a second here, and I'm going to reverse the motor. I'm going to turn it off. And this looks like this is the forward reverse button right there. And then I'm going to start it up again. I could read the instructions, I know. Okay, so you hit the program button. Push and hold the program button. Oh, right. Back. Okay. So P1. Thank you. Okay, with the power button on, press and hold the S. Nah, that was the first thing I tried. On the old ones, there was, you go into program mode and there was S1, 2, 3, and that's where you get your lowest speed, your fastest speed, your ramp up speed. Okay, I got it off and the lights are still on. There we go. P on. All right, hold on. I'll check chat again in a minute. All right, checking chat. Derivative, it's not. When I put the power on and it's powered on, if I hold the S button, it's not doing anything. A lot of the machines used to have the instructions like right on the side. Yeah, it's a little tricky, actually. Right, a little light comes on. So it's just in reset. Okay, so it's completely off. If I turn it on, it says P on, PD. If I push and hold the button while it's in PD, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, now the light's on and it's just in standby. So if I push and hold it, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's not, the pushing and holding the S button is not doing it. This is riveting content. Yeah, it's a new belt sander. Yeah, 3 seconds. So completely different machine, but oftentimes they do have very similar controls. Press R to enter the menu. Release U. R. Select U2. So it's program 2 and select it from 0 to 1. So if I go into programming and I go to program 2 and then select it, it's at 4900. So that's a top speed setting is what that is. And then if I go to program 1, it's at 200. That's going to be a low speed setting. So program 2, program 3 is at 2. If I change it to 1 and lock it in, now if I go back and check it again, it's now set to 1. And now if I turn it on, it's still going the wrong direction. So I changed it from 2 to 1, and it didn't change. It actually has 3, 1, 2, and 3. So maybe that's not the right one. Program 4 is off. Change it to on. No. Maybe we go back to off on program 4. Go up to 5. Program 5 is set to 0. Let's change it to 1. And the little light came on. We have done it. 3 years of robotics school. I can push buttons. So it was program 5. Actually, we're off the record here since we were, I'm live streaming, but I'm not going to include this in the video. The other older models from years and years ago just had a power switch and a knob. And so they were bulletproof. They weren't digital speed control. But if you wanted to reverse, you could just wire in a switch and then flick the switch. And so everything's a trade-off, man. You get a serration wheel, it can make professional results, but it can only do one size serration. You get a digital reversible speed controller, but you got to know how to program it and push the buttons and do things. All right, let's focus back in here, everybody. Focus. Okay, and we're back. I took a minute and reviewed a few things because each one is going to be slightly different. And I got a fresh belt on here. What we're trying to do is reverse the motor. And these digital speed controllers, they always have some programming involved. And so what we had to do is you had to go into programming mode. For this unit here, it's programming mode 5, and 0 is forward and 1 is reverse. And so what I did was I went into program, I pushed P, and then the S put you into program mode. You can see it says program 05, and then I hit S again. It's at 1. If you go to 0, it goes into forward mode, but I wanted this to be in reverse mode and going away from us, so I put it at 1. The little light, a little dot comes up down in the corner, and then we now have this thing in reverse, running at about 700, 800 RPMs.
I like to sharpen typically at about 1700 RPMs. I'll put on my safety glasses. You get a little vibration, and that could be from the belt lapping joint, which is where I would expect it is. And it's fixable. This will be part of part 2, would be where I do some adjustments. So we're going away from us. I'm at about 1400 RPMs, which is very civilized. And the only other thing I would probably do would be I'd add a light. Again, we'll probably do that in part 2 where we upgrade the machine. But it's this easy. We took it out of the box, we flipped it up, locked it into place, put the belt into reverse mode so it's going away from us, adjusted the belt tension and the tracking. And as simple as that, I've already got a burr on that one side. Ladies and gentlemen, we're sharpening. I'm using the slack to give it a nice subtle convex edge. And that's working really well. Really good control. No heat buildup at all. It's just cool. Wow, really smooth. One of the issues can be dust buildup over time. And if you have some sort of dust extraction, some venting, some fans, the dust material is going to be going this way. And if you have a vacuum or some sort of suction to clean it up, that would be really helpful. Dust will build up over time. You just have to wipe it off, keep it clean. You can use magnets and things like that. That is amazing. Let's go ahead and swap this belt out. I'm going to loosen this front arm. We're going to try to loosen this. And this probably I could... So what this is for a tool rest. And we won't be using the tool rest as much right now. So I'm just going to remove that. Part of using a tool is knowing what you need and when you don't need it. Now I'm not going to get rid of it. I'm going to keep it because if I want to use that tool rest for the horizontal or vertical, I'd put it back on. But this just makes it so the area isn't as cluttered right now. And then we need right there. We need that out of there. Look at this, came right out. And then this one, which is the flat platen, will go right on. And then we'll lock that back down. Really nice little system. And this one also you can do at an angle. I've seen a lot of guys operate the machine at this angle. Let's see how the belt tension is. What you want to do is you want to put it on the front, the back, and then see how close it is to where you want it to be. Because you really don't want to have a ton of tension on it. You want to see how far down the tension wheel will go. It goes from here to here. You want to be in that zone, which would be your sweet spot for tension. And that's exactly where we're at. You can see how easy it is to slip the belts on and off. And turn the belt on. Gonna have to adjust the tracking. The tracking adjusted very easily. I don't know if that'll show up on the camera. Hopefully that goes. So if I go twist counterclockwise, the belt goes this way. If I twist clockwise, the belt comes right back into center. And then you stop right when it's right in the middle where you want it. Really nice. This one's running much smoother too. Again, we're moving away from us. We're always sharpening away from us when we don't have an angle guide fixed in place. but now you have a hard platen. And this allows you to put really stiff, crisp sides instead of a convex shape. There's times when you want either one of those. If you wanted to go with a convex, you could actually come up into here, because there is no backing material there. This little arm, you just kind of get around it. And you can figure out different places to use this thing in different ways, but with a nice flat platen right there, you can do a lot of work. One of the things some people will do is they'll actually adjust the platen. Let me see if I can get this figured out. Like that. Well, I guess you kind of have to. We could take our digital angle guide and measure, and then if you hold horizontal, which is pretty easy for the eye to naturally do, is hold this horizontal, then you know what angle you're sharpening at. And you can have it be consistent as well. All right. Well, we're in the winning zone here. This is an amazing, amazing setup. The quality is great. The ability to control your digital speed control, forward, reverse. You've got spring tension. You've got a contact wheel, so you could actually do some thinning with it as well. All these things make it a great product. All these things are in the plus category, and the only thing I could say where you need to pay attention to, I wouldn't even call it a negative. I would say this is an area of concern, is when you're sharpening, you always got to deal with dust. And being able to take and remove the dust away from the machine is going to be critical for you to be able to enjoy and operate this machine in the future. So to have this machine and use it on a daily basis, it's going to, because it's got the motor, the stepper motor, and the controller, you're going to be able to keep exactly the speed you want and control your temperature and control how much friction you're putting into it. With the angles, you're able to control all of that. You can kind of see where I'm going with it. It's really a good piece of equipment. For what you're paying for it, it's exceptional. And these things, that's why they've been so popular. We already have had, because there's been so many of them that have come out, is we have some upgraded parts for this machine through our website. And we'll continue. If we continue to work with Vivore, maybe we can offer some different upgrade paths for people that get the machine, and then we can have a kit so they can do their own custom. For people that like to, some people like to just have it work out of the box, and other people enjoy being able to customize and upgrade and modify their equipment as they go. Hopefully they got different choices for that as well, and that's what makes it kind of fun, is you get to use the thing and enjoy it and make it your own at the same time. So I love it. I've had one for years before this, and so this is kind of revisiting an old friend, and I see again why people love them so much. Thank you again to Vivore for the opportunity to review the product. There's nothing bad to say about it. It's an amazing product. It works great. You get the right tools with the right belts, and you can do some really good sharpening with it. And we'll go into further on in steps 2 and 3, how to use it more in different methods and techniques and options to add to it. All right, you guys, thanks for watching. Aloha. Have a great day. Oh my God, did I lose everybody? I'd hate to do that whole thing and then not be able to get the recording later on. That come out okay, you guys? Hey. Yeah, I do tend to ramble on a little bit as I progress. Hopefully that was straightforward enough. I mean, honestly, what can you say about it's a motor that turns a belt? Ta-da! And it turns it really good. Okay, ta-da! No, it's actually the truth is I was one step away from trying to build one of these myself. Because I was making the DC upgrade kits for the DC motor to go to a drive wheel. Does that drive wheel look familiar? That's because that's the one I was having manufactured for me. Only I made sure on the second and third prototypes that they put a slight crown in it, because when it's got a negative crown or a frown, they don't track very good at all. So I had these custom wheels made to go with the DC motor. There's no reason why that wouldn't work on that machine, I would guess. No, it looks very similar because they're all, the manufacturing's all coming from similar manufacturing processes. So my goal was to make a frame, attach a DC motor to it, and then use my drive wheel and my idler wheels that I was already being used as upgrades for other equipment. And it was right about that time, God, I think it was right before COVID, that the Tuchler first came out. It wasn't even called a Tuchler, I don't think, back then. And of course I bought one of the very first ones because nobody had one yet. I think I literally had one of the very first ones I ever saw on YouTube or anywhere. And then I got the 2x36 version. And I ran the 2x36 version. I still have them. The 2x36 version was a beast. And I used it as a stropping station. And everything I said was true. The thing that I found is when I'm sharpening, 10,000 knives a month or whatever it is, a lot, is that the inability to have dust extraction was the thing that I didn't like about it the most. What we'll probably do is modify and upgrade this machine, and I'll use it for demonstrations on how to, because everyone wants to know how to replace the idler and if you can replace the drive wheel. I don't see why you can. I know I'm be willing to bet money, and I don't gamble too often, that this has a 15 millimeter shaft on it. And so this drive wheel, and of course this idler was made for the upgraded idler. Where'd it go? And so you can get your Tuchler, upgrade it with this idler, this drive wheel. And now I already can see. It's funny how people see things different. So I can look right at that and see, to me, how I would, at least what I see is how I would try to attach an angle guide to that. Yep. Because it's spring clip loaded, so it needs to spring clip over that. But if you just thin down that metal, then the clip will clip over, and you might need to re-drill a hole. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, to actually have to re-drill a hole. You know what I mean? But then, you literally got a belt grinder, so why can't you grind the metal to make the thing fit?
Yeah, the derivative. Would you mind sharing? I don't know if I told you what you needed or if you figured it out on your own, but I've been told you need to get like 3 washers, and I figured people would be, you know, self-endowing enough to get the washers. It's not that hard. I can already see how to do it. Hang on, guys. There we go. Better lighting maybe would be cool. All right. So I'm just going to leave this thing attached to the machine so it can hold it while I'm working. And here's what I see is if I can get this thing to clip on here, then this is going to hit the wheel. So you need to grind a little bit off the top of that idler or off the platen check to allow for this to clearance in behind that check. And that's going to be about that much clearance right there. Let me get a Sharpie marker. Yep. So I heard from people that you got, you know, because what it is there's 2 bearings inside this one. I think there's only 1 bearing inside my idler wheel. So you just need to get a little spacer bearings in there on the idler. But if I do a video on it, then people will have a step-by-step. So apologies for those that had to figure it out, that hopefully we're able to figure it out fairly easy. I'm just going to take it, I'm going to cut a line across right there. And I know that then this is going to be down low enough to clear underneath the upper platen idler. That's going to be the first step. And then I'm going to take the whole thing off. Thanks to you guys, I got all my sharpening done. I got my shop cleaned up, and I got a 2-hour live stream, and I made a product video for a company that hopefully will like what they saw and invite me to do some more. So honestly, I don't know if you need this upper arm on there. So I don't think it came with a smaller. But I'm going to get it out of the way. Maybe. Aha. Aha. Let's go. Okay, so we're just going to take that top one. Okay, cool. I'll just get that out of the way too.
screw. Got it. Okay, so this is going to bolt back onto here in place where it was at. We're going to take off a little bit of material off the top. And then I'm going to see if I need to thin this plate down. I may or may not to. But I'm just going to do a quick little bit of heavy grinding here with a P36. That's a nasty old belt. Probably could have angle ground that too. Yeah, I'm sure that's really hot. I'm going to taper the back just slightly. The reason why I tapered the back, it's a little warm still. Okay, so I shortened it. When I put this in place, you can see now it's short so that this will sit over it and it shouldn't. Yeah, I may need to go down a little bit more. We'll see. That's why you make things. And then may or may not. No. So when I first saw how thick the platen was on this, my first thought was, oh, you just need to thin it down. And so that's what I planned to do, was thin it. Excuse me, guys. Hey there.
Hey,
Hey, what's going on?
what's going on? All kinds of things. What's going on with you?
You know, all kinds of things.
So this knife,
Uh-huh.
you can see it needs refurbishing.
Okay.
I don't believe it's an original
Oh, well, seven tone.
7-tier.
Yeah, 7-tier.
It might be finished, but I don't remember if there was a mark. I googled it and there's supposed to be a mark.
Yeah, it did take a patina. Sometimes it's real. I've seen these from turn of the century, from like the World's Fair. They were given out as a prize at the World's Fair. It's hard to tell how old they are sometimes.
Well, I bought it.
Okay.
So I know when it's bought.
Gotcha. Well, they can. I mean, just because it's not old doesn't. They haven't changed in many years.
Some are China made as well.
Well, you got high carbon steel because it's got a patina on it. Do you wanna remove the patina or leave the patina?
Well, what do you think? Does it matter?
The patina that's there is not rusty, so I would say we could lightly scuff it, but not remove it.
Okay.
Because it's actually protecting from nasty orange rust getting
Okay.
in place. And
Because
then,
it's gonna come back, is why.
It's gonna
So
come back.
Removing it made no sense to me.
no, well, you can, what some people will do with these older saboteur type knives is you can remove especially if it gets a little crusty or rusty or whatever, and then you can force your own patina back onto it fresh with lemon juice, Coca-Cola. You can do, if it's there and it ain't hurting nothing, it's actually got a nice feel to it. It's a protective coating. So we'll leave that there. And
But you say you'll lightly,
well, we could leave it or just lightly. I'm afraid to even remove it.
okay, then leave it.
Leave it. If it isn't bothering you, if it isn't leaving discoloration on your food,
I don't think it does.
I don't think it is either. So,
And then there's these two, I don't know if this one is worth, this is a,
where'd you pull those out of?
I hat.
Okay.
This is a Henkel's.
Yeah, double angle.
What do you think of these?
That's fine.
They're okay nice?
Sure.
I've actually brought one of these to you before, because it's soft, even this one.
Yeah.
I think I brought, what was it, I got a bearing knife when you were down the other. But this just needs a sharpening.
Yep, I can do all four of them before you can get out the door if you want to wait. Oh, sure. Just fix that.
I'll have one of these for the birthday.
Have a butterscotch. All right, let me sharpen these four up for you real quick. Not $8-9 each.
Wait, is that why did it like,
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
that's a $50 blade? Wow.
Yeah, double Henkel. It's a double Henkel.
What makes it double?
Well, because it's got two men. It's got two little Hawaiian men.
Oh.
Yeah, see, there's actually here. There's two little Hawaiian men,
Oh, that's funny.
like the little canoe guys. So that's why they called it double Henkel.
Cool.
All right, give me just a second. I'll sharpen these up for you.
Isn't it, never mind, I'll have to later.
Well, other than being a little dull, these are in perfectly good shape.
They're only a little dull?
Huh?
They're only a little dull?
I was being nice.
Ah, ha, ha. I think the cleaver is not in great shape.
After you sharpened, I added it up the other day. I've done over 200,000 knives. So, dull, little dull, lot of dull, rusty, little rusty, lot of rusty.
That's a nice blade.
It's a great blade.
That's
One of the things that makes them so good, besides the steel, is the profile.
It's well balanced. Is that what you mean when you say profile?
Well, the profile is so thin,
Oh,
and that's why they slice so well.
so see how that's kind of,
Say again?
don't you think that cleaver is kind of a little bent?
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the actual edge? Yeah, I'm gonna knock that out right now. So what it is it's a cleaver that's designed for heavy use, but they've actually made it have a weak edge, and that's why it's buckling.
Oh,
So I'm gonna remove that damage and strengthen it a little bit by changing it from this to this.
cool.
Yeah.
I'm on camera. Oh, you're on camera.
There.
What's going on there?
There we go. So there's your,
Is that a
there's your,
security camera?
what's up?
Your camera.
Yeah, I'm recording.
But isn't this your business?
Curry Custom Cutlery.
Yeah, why are you being recorded?
I'm recording myself and I'm sharing it with 18 people at the moment.
For what purpose?
I'm teaching.
Ah,
So that, I just removed the damage
oh wow.
and then that's actually with a thick edge. So it's like having a little, it's like having a little class. I've got, not little, you guys aren't little, even though you're down there, you're not little.
And where are these people?
All around the world. I've been live streaming all morning for 2 to 3 hours.
Can they hear me?
A little bit, maybe.
Hi.
I usually don't put people on unless they want to be put on. There you go. There you go. Say hi to everybody.
Hi.
Oh, we got another one coming in. Uh-oh, we got 2. I better hurry up. Now I gotta hurry up. Hey there, be right there. Yeah. Are you picking up or dropping off?
I'm the property manager.
Oh, hey.
How are you?
Hey, how's it
I
going?
keep missing you.
No, it's okay. How can I help?
I came a couple of times and I need to see your fire extinguisher.
Uh,
We need pictures of it renewed.
Okay.
It needs to be sent back to the insurance adjuster.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I know it was here somewhere, and there's another woman here.
There was Aunt Lilia holds down the fort
Oh
when
yeah,
I'm not
okay,
here.
yeah, she does.
I-
I know it was over there, and the last time it was over here.
I took the fire extinguisher off. I was gonna get it renewed, but they are only there to refill it now and then. So I was just gonna go by Walmart and buy a brand new one.
It has to be inspected.
Brand new one inspected. Okay.
Yeah, so they put that tag on.
Oh, okay.
That's what it is, and they'll come out and do it for you. Yeah.
Okay.
Valley Isle.
Yeah, that's what I talked to.
a
I was
lot-
just gonna bring it by to him.
Oh, you could do that too?
Yeah. I'll bring it by to him.
And it needs to be, I guess, it needs to be in a visible area.
Yeah, I've had
You
it
got
right
over
here.
there. Okay.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
I'll-
so this is due by the end of the month.
Got it.
Yeah.
Which.
And I'll send another reminder out.
Okay. What was your name?
I'm Lisa.
Lisa.
I know,
Hi.
but yeah,
Hi.
I'm the one that's trying to get this, and I keep emailing them, calling them.
So now the back wheel fell off too, and the bottom fell out.
I'm like,
It's one
did you have-
garbage can. They just need to swap it out. I'll make sure to get this for you.
Yes,
I'm only
thank
here
you.
part time, but I'll make sure.
Okay,
I'll make
okay.
sure to get it
Yeah,
taken care of.
No worries. And then when you do, can you send me a picture? My
Absolutely.
emails will go out.
I will absolutely send it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, dear.
Costco has also.
But apparently they need them in. Apparently it can't be a brand new. It has to be inspected.
Oh, did you want this back or are you done? You're done with the cleavers?
What?
You're done with this?
Yeah, we're all done.
I can go chop something up?
Yeah.
Excited.
We did, I did put a couple marks on your patina there. Hopefully that, maybe I can scuff them out a little better.
On which place?
Well, the patina, what is a patina? A patina is a fine coating that's bonded to the surface, the outside surface of the knife. Oxidization. I'm thinking out loud here. But it's not hard, so it's very scuffable. Oops. Let me get these hit with rubbing alcohol. There we go.
So is the rent less here than other place?
Well, the air conditioner works sometimes.
Big.
Yeah, that's a big deal. So actually, as it turns out, plot twist, the surface coating is not really stuck to the knife very well.
Oh. Oh, so it's your phone.
And so here's, I just used rubbing alcohol and a paper towel.
So is it rust?
It is. It's a form of rust. So we're going to, I'm not going to remove it all, but you don't want that.
Oh.
So-
No, thank you. No, I don't want it.
No,
Because-
you,
So someone else was using this knife who wasn't,
authorized?
it's actually his knife, but he's no longer lives in the country. Anyway, he wouldn't dry it. And
Oh.
this knife wants to be washed and dried.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And so I venture to think it's gonna have a happier life.
Well, let's give it a good start then.
Okay.
And yeah, and this is actually part of what we're having a discussion about is you have techniques and tools and methods and policies and procedures and but every knife is different. So as a rule of thumb, if a knife, Japanese knife or an old French knife like this, or it has formed a good patina, you don't want to disturb that. But if that patina transitions into rust, then you do want to get rid of that.
Do you see an insignia? Any kind of mark on the blade?
As we get down in a little deeper, let's look as we're cleaning here. And what I'm using is a Japanese rust eraser, which is a very delicate abrasive embedded in rubber. And then I'm just using the rubbing alcohol as a lubricant.
Wow. And it's all coming off?
It's coming off, and it's actually not, there's actually a couple spots that were hidden. So my first instinct, and everyone's different, but is to go, some guys would just go straight to a grinder and grind the thing down to fresh metal, but I prefer to try to tiptoe up on situations, and because once it's gone, and so if you've made an incorrect decision, it's too late at that point.
Exactly.
But when you tiptoe up to it, then you can decide if you want to go further or if that's where you want to stop. And there is going to be some discoloration because it is a carbon steel. I might just try to dry set it. I think this is much better shape. And then I'll put a little coat of oil on it. Let me grab my spot here. And grab that.
Oh, yeah, I can see.
Yeah, let me go ahead and give that a little bit of stick.
And
Well, see, then you just keep going. It's what you end up doing. Then you'll end up back at that Scotch-Brite, which is what I was talking about in the first place. And then the whole thing will look shiny.
is that the same Japanese thing?
This is that same rubber, Japanese
Yeah.
rubber thing. But we're trying to get out the worst of the. It's cold there. And this will naturally, as you're cutting different vegetables, acidic vegetables and whatever, this patina will reform, but we're going to give it a fighting chance.
But you thought it was more rust.
It can be both. And sometimes patinas can look like a patina. It wasn't fluffy rust brown. And so it had the look of a patina, but it actually was more rusted. So now we've scuffed it clean. And I could have taken it all the way down to a Scotch-Brite, and then I'll put some food grade mineral oil on the blade. We probably should have went to that in the first place, but
Should have done what in the first?
should have just went to scuffing it. But I didn't want to hit it with the Scotch-Brite because you'd lose all that character. And so what we have is you've still got a knife that has the vintage character. We've removed all the rust. I put a coating of oil on it.
I'm gonna send a picture to my son-in-law.
There's still a little bit of rust on the spine. And we'll scuff that out. Now a job like that will be a little more than the average sharpening, but
Okay,
won't be thousands of dollars.
that's okay. Let's break the face.
Right. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Just wanna get a picture of this one.
You're gonna
My son-in-law saw this and the cleaver on my
Mhm.
dining table and asked who I was intending to chop up.
Right. Been watching too many Hollywood murder mysteries or something.
Too many murders.
Okay.
You like my little case?
I do. I like it a lot.
I only did it for 2 though.
Well, do you want me to give you a little
These
safe?
are-
Do you want me to give you a little safety on those two?
Yeah, these were afterthoughts and I went, whoa, why don't I do these too?
So here's a pro tip.
I don't actually use this much anymore.
Maybe you will.
Maybe I will.
So here's a pro tip for you. Roll them up in a towel.
Oh,
The dish towel, the grandma dish towel.
oh,
Wrap them up.
to
roll-
transport them.
Yeah.
And so the Sabatier, it's as simple as washing and drying it, right?
And put a little oil on it if you want
Any
to.
kind of oil?
Mineral oil is a good one.
I don't have any mineral oil.
$3 on shrubs. It's also a good laxative, so they say.
But I was for photo logs or something.
Yeah, food grade, colors. You can put whatever you want on it, but mineral oil is food grade, colorless, odorless, tasteless, and doesn't go rancid. You can put coconut oil on there if you don't strike me as a if you did with it. I do too. All right, you are going to be
Happy?
very happy. It's going to be $40 altogether. And I'll take that and bring it down over here. And that's what that is 3 times 9 is 27. The fourth knife, actually it's 4 times 9 is 36. I charged you an extra $4 to do the rest of it.
Okay, 6 to 10 inches. Well, that seems,
I would say, as a professional knife sharpener, I would say that's very reasonable. Well, those are just some guy, they're candles with manly candle flavors. When we were at our big shop, there's your card, and there's your card, and there's your receipt. When we were at the big shop, we were doing all kinds of expansion, and then we got relocated involuntary, so that's when we ended up here.
involuntarily?
Yeah, the air conditioner died,
Oh,
and then when I squawked about it, they gave me the kick. They said that's enough.
slumlord.
Yeah, kind of.
Thanks, Cliff.
My pleasure. Absolutely my pleasure.
Stay out of trouble.
All right. I'd tell you to do the same, but I don't think you'd listen. See ya. Bye. That was a fun customer. Holy cow. That was actually kind of cute. All right. Anyways. So this just needs ground down a little bit more on the backside. And if you really wanted to be fussy about it, you could look at it and go, okay, I need to grind from about, I want this to slide down into that. I want that to slide down into that. So I need to take off, I thin this part of the material down right in there. Well, that seems pretty straightforward. Big old dribbly belt on there. Actually, some pretty tough metal on there too. Fallen knives have no handle. That's funny. Well, hey you guys, I hope this hasn't been the most boring day. I haven't had the highest energy level, but I had a whole bunch of stuff to knock out. And I appreciate the company more than anything. We got the review of products, so check that off my list. I got the work area upgraded, check that off the list. I got to hang out with a bunch of you guys. I'm not done yet, but I just wanted to say thank you. This is still a relatively new format structure for me, for us. But the idea being that, you know, I do short videos, long videos, and these live videos is where we're just kind of all hanging out together. And I really enjoy this probably the most because it makes me feel like we're all hanging out together and then answering questions. And so look at that. I just took a belt sander and I ground that platen down, and then the spring clip, look at that, the spring clip's right on now. Huh. Now is it out of the way enough for that? Probably not. It seems like it needs to come down. I was a little I was a little bit wimpy on my grind down, so I'm going to grind. And the grind down, by that I mean to grind it down so that then it fits underneath this idler right there. This is what I'll get messages and things, and people want me to say, well, how did you make it work? You do stuff to make it work. I don't mean that to be a smartass. I mean that in the way of some things are really hard to explain. They're easier to just to do. Okay, I took another good couple mil off that. Now this should clip into there. Boom. Oh, I see. Well, probably need to grind it some more, or you could just tap it. Okay, it's all the way up, it's flush, and this fits perfectly into place. Actually, it's really good. Winner, winner. Now, this piece was up here. What you probably could do, what you should do and what you could do, probably just tap this back into position. Oh, that's that little guy. This is the kind of stuff I really enjoy. Reminds me of tinkering with things when I was a kid. Playing with bicycles or whatever it was. So what I did here, I'll flip it around so you guys can see, is I ground that platen down, and then I thinned it so this would slide over the top, and then I put this spacer back in place. I'm going to put it up, all the way up into the corner as far as it'll go, tighten it down, then I'm going to tap it from the front, make sure it's up against it. And then I'm going to tighten this one down. Really, really good. And let's see how that works with the belt on it. That's that one. Yeah, exactly. Derivative, you're right. You're spot on, man. I was thinking the same thing too. But Sometimes things don't need everything you think they need. And so this is very tight. So we gotta, oh, wrong one. This one. There we go. So let's get her into position. Giddy up, Buttercup. Nice. Let's see how she goes. It's got a little bit of side-to-side play because the platen is actually thinner than the guide, so you get a little side-to-side play. Don't like that. Yeah, actually a little tap screw through there into that spring clip would stop it from going side to side as well. You know, the other thing you could do is just cut a new little platen piece and screw it into place. That would work as well. But the whole idea is for safety. And safety comes from having an angle guide that's mechanically, physically attached. Just like that. Look at that. Like it. Oh, I unplugged it. Okay, let me just clear the playing field.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it?
You get time to shop a couple nights?
I do. Wide open. Give me 1 second. Oh, you got them in the bag. Okay. Be right there.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, you came on the right day. It's the day, the magic day.
Today's the magic day.
Tuesdays and Thursdays. You can bring them in on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but I won't do them until Tuesday and Thursday.
Yeah. I got a day off tomorrow. My granddaughter is here from Oklahoma, so I'm going hunting in the morning, so I wanted a short night.
Nice. All right. Well,
Then I'm gonna take her to Okipa probably. All she wants to do is go to the beach.
none of that sounds bad.
Yeah. Use one of my vacation days, it'll be well off.
Right on. How's your daughter?
How's your girl? 8. What about bark knives? I like to put a point on this fan. I'll fix them all. There you go. This one? One that's wrapped in the newspaper. We'll put them, put a bit of a point in it.
I'll make sure everybody gets a point.
Okay, perfect.
That's part of the plan. Only take me a second.
Yeah, actually, I know, I paid for it. I'm gonna send it a phone call.
Okay, you got it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we never judge, we're never criticizing customers, but we're going to talk about this. This knife is super thick, super short. You can tell they've been using it on some sort of true hone type of grinder. Hey, what kind of machine you use to keep this thing sharp?
Bro, I cannot shop it with the balls, so.
Yeah, well, it's so thick. I was actually just showing. I got some friends on the camera.
Here I am.
No. but it's chunky. It's like, it's such a thick. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna thin them down just a little bit. Basically, we're gonna reshape them.
These buck knives.
Yeah.
I've been using them for years.
Right.
They hold a blade.
Yeah, they do. No, they got a decent steel in them for sure.
So I like them. That's all I use, just the buck knife.
Roger. Okay. Well, at some point, I mean, you're also gotten your life worth out of them too. I'm gonna give them a whole nother 5 years or so, but you're running on borrowed time.
Yeah, I used to think it to this other guy, this old man that used to sharpen knives and hiding mining. Yeah, he did that one. The other two, he was already fast. So,
Wow. It looks like some sort of pull-through grinder or something.
yeah, I don't know. He was good too.
Wasn't John, the old man with the beard, was it?
His name was Johnny Waters.
Oh, okay. So he was more of a local guy.
Yeah. But I tried all kinds of sharpeners and I just can't, I don't.
All right. Well, this will be a good one just to show you what we're going to do here. Give me a few minutes with it. Things are pretty chewed up. So you could put it in the tip from the front, or you can come from the back. Main thing I'm trying to do is drop the angles down because they've lost so much material. Basically, I'm going to turn this into a thick fillet knife. There we go. See how it's shaped? I've actually gotten rid of all the bevels. And then, yeah, maybe. There we go. Put that in. And we go give it a satin polish. And it's got a wicked tip again. Then we can do the regular sharpening on it afterwards. This is like a bullnose. All the meat, the weight and everything's up here in the front. Gotta get rid of that recurve. God, that's bad. Give him a nice point again. too bad. These are actually some of the most fun things I get to do because you get to sculpt and reshape, and you get to create it yourself. That's beauty. A little bit of where the previous grind was, but we put our own grind in. And that comes over time. But I'm just matching it and setting it on the blade. Here's the last one. See what I mean? It's ground heavy down here in the crotch. Sorry, heel. Okay, 1, 2, 3. That right there, we just cut in. This side's got multiple facets. 1, 2, 3 facets. We're going to blend them all together. At a lower angle. I think I'm going to lose you guys. My battery's done pretty good today, but we've just about ran it for 4 hours straight, which is pretty cool. It's a really good live stream, you guys. If I lose you, I'll see you on the next one with the new microphone on Thursday. Otherwise, hang tight. We'll see if we can't keep going. And I'll finish these up. All right. Yeah, it says we're still there. Okay, we did the regrind. Now we'll do the sharpening. A couple of those had some pretty good dull spots in them for sure. Very careful. Yeah, Mr. Strop Station. Deer hunting's year round, right? Yeah. I started thinking about it the other day and I'm like, it's year round, right? It's not like they need to close it down to preserve the fact. I'm surprised. Not that we need any more outside tourism businesses, but you know, that thought also occurred to me, like flying people in to go, because I know people that love to hunt and they can only hunt for that little hunting season on the mainland. Well, come over here and
Yeah, they got pay on something, on Maui, so they're selling,
there's guys that do
yeah, they got
guided hunts. Yeah.
one in outdoor, one in pool on. One in white pool, they call it.
It is like shooting fish in a barrel, right?
The state's getting a lot of them and it's not using the meat.
Yeah, that's well, and there's so much. I think
At least the ranches that do their education, they're keeping the meat.
yeah, right. Well,
It's good meat, you know.
some of the world class meat actually.
Yeah.
The so my family originally, I'm from Alaska originally, but my family before that they were from Oregon, loggers, good country people,
Right.
and grew up out in the logging camps. They hunt deer,
Oh, yeah.
Oregon deer, and one of my best memories as a kid was my dad going with his dad and bringing me along,
Oh.
and we went way out in the bushes. Got them, and then you had to pack them out, and it wasn't a little baby deer either. They were big,
Yeah.
like the big mule deer or something like that. But we took it back to this, like literally a turn of the century farmhouse, and the auntie there, she pounded those deer steaks out, pounded them out,
Yeah.
and then she southern fried them,
Tenderized.
tenderized them, and it was, what is this? I looked over and the deer's still hanging. The deer's still hanging, one of them, but
I bought me a machine, so I cut them like half inch
yeah.
and it, you know, tenderize them. And I just drop them in. And it's good stuff. Beautiful. I don't think I can hunt with this, though. I gotta use a cut sashimi.
Off the edge from the side, what you really want to do is you want to feel the drag when you pull it on your thumbnail. And that's where, when you feel it slide and stick into your thumbnail, that means it's going to slice.
Okay, perfect. There you go. That's what I needed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
This one goes there. Yeah.
Little regrind work, little couple bucks extra for that. It'll be 60 altogether. And then what I would suggest, well, you got one for this. You don't mind my friends seeing you here, do you?
No.
Okay. Always good to ask first. Bunch of sharpeners. We hang out.
60, yeah?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
There you go. And then there's that one, and then what I say sometimes, we got these 3 that need to wrap up. Is do them. Bring a towel is a good way to do it. Just a regular, like a kitchen towel. And then the other way you can do it is like a bunch of newspaper like this. But you really just want to roll them up tight if you can. And then you got your pokey end and your safe end. Don't do that.
Right.
I watched the guy do that on the cabinet.
Pack them down.
Yeah, but you got more. You want the stuff too?
I wanna put it in a pack like that.
Yeah, here. Then you set all those right there on
Like this?
the other way. Tip first. Yep. Yep. And then now you can just do the same thing again. Wrap them up just like that, and back to Safety first.
My friend, thank you very much.
You got it, brother.
I appreciate it.
Aloha, man. Enjoy. Hey, have fun with the gal there.
I will. Thank you.
See you, man.
Take care.
Woo! Guys, anybody that's still here? Appreciate everyone hanging out. That was a long day's worth of sharpening. I've got a few hours left. I'm going to get cleaned up. I'm actually going to eat lunch. The